Good. There we go. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular session of Board of Supervisors, Tuesday, June 4th, 2024. If we could start with call to order. District 1.
Good morning, everyone. Happy June. It's great to be here. Thank you all, members of our staff and members of the community who are here. And for those online, it's great to see everybody. And good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Patrice Horseman. I'm Supervisor for District 1.
Thank you. District 2, Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor for District 2 and current chair. Thank you for being here today. District 3.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Adam Hess, Supervisor of District 3. There's a positive air in here, and I really like it, so let's do it.
Thank you. District 4.
And there's positive air out here, too.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Staff, we appreciate you being here today. And we have a long day ahead of us, so I just want to say thank you for being here and happy June. I think it's a good month, that we can all kind of relax certain areas and since the graduations are over and stuff like that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. District 5. You're muted.
I jumped in a little earlier. I'm Lena Fowler, Coconino County Supervisor, and I'm in Kingman. Just so you all know, I am a member of the Arizona Route 66 Centennial Coordination Group. We have our meeting today, and I was appointed to this committee by the governor. So the Centennial's coming up, and that's what I'm doing here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if we could all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. We'll now have call to the public to allow for comments. Please note that issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted on by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are prohibited by the open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. If you have comments regarding the public hearing item, please wait to provide your comments at that time. Only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect expression of all views, we are asking that there be no clapping, booing, or shouts of either approval or disagreement from the audience. We ask that all attendees and speakers be respectful, that this is a public meeting, and avoid using profane, derogatory, or insulting language. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. We will take public comments from those in the room first, and then take public comments from those who have joined virtually. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comment.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. At this time, if there is anyone that would like to make a comment, we have comment cards on the table by the door. If you fill that out and hand it to me, or if you join virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. You hit the raise hand icon, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And Chair Vasquez, I do have a comment card for Regina Salas with Arizona at Work who would like to make a comment. I'll go ahead and set the clock for 3 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Regina Salas, the Assistant Director for Arizona at Work, Coconino County. We are your local area board for the Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act with the Department of Labor. So I stand before you today to invite you all to two upcoming events. On June 10th, all roads lead to Flagstaff and Coconino County for the statewide Arizona Workforce Summit, Building Arizona's Workforce of the Future. Chair Vasquez will lead the Flagstaff discussion addressing workforce challenges on June 10th in the morning, and Supervisor Fowler will lead the discussion in the afternoon for the Northern Arizona collaborations. During the two-day event, we will have discussions on healthcare, forestry, childcare, veterans transition into workforce, and justice involve members of our community. So today's the last day to register for the event. It's free to attend, and I will send the link to register to the event. The other event I want to talk about is our first ever Jobs and Community Resources event on June 28th as Bushmaster. This brings employers looking to hire and several community partners delivering wraparound service to much needed services of our citizens in need, especially the unhoused, veterans, individuals with disabilities, adult dislocated workers, and out of school youth. So please join us, and I will also send the flyer, digital form to everyone. So, and with that, I appreciate you all, and with so much gratitude, thank you all for your service and leadership to our community.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Are there any other comments at this time?
Again, if there's anyone that would like to provide a comment at this point, you can make your way to the podium. If you're here in person, or if you've joined us virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon or hit *9 if you've joined by phone. At this time, Chair Vasquez, we do not have any hands raised.
All right. In that case, we'll move on. There has been a request to reorder the first three items, and so we will be going with item number 3 first, then item number 1, then item number 2. And item number 3, consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating June 2024 as Pride Month. With that, we have Flood Control District Administrator Lucinda Andriani to read the proclamation.
Great. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. And I want to thank Erica for the opportunity to read the Pride Month resolution. I do so with great pride and honor. Designating June 2024 as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and two-spirit plus Pride Month. Whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors joins citizens and local governments across the country to observe Pride Month and honor the history of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and two-spirit plus movement, and to support the rights of all citizens to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. And whereas Coconino County is committed to strengthening the visibility, respect, and equal opportunity for this community in our diverse community, recognizing the rainbow flag as a symbol of pride, inclusion, dignity, and support for social movements that advocate for this community. And whereas Coconino County recognizes the community who have greatly contributed to the civic, cultural, economic successes of our country, state, and nation, and acknowledges the essential need for ongoing education and awareness to end discrimination and injustice. And whereas Coconino County commemorates the achievements and progress of the community with historic Supreme Court rulings striking down regressive laws, affirming the right to marriage equality, and securing workplace protections for this community and individuals in every state and territory. Whereas Coconino County stands in solidarity with the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act passed on October 22nd, 2009, and signed into law by President Barack Obama on October 28, 2009, which expanded the definition of the hate crime laws to include crimes motivated by a victim's actual or perceived gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability. And whereas Coconino County Board of Supervisors salutes Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, the first openly gay person to serve in the cabinet, and Assistant Health Secretary Dr. Rachel Levine, the first openly transgender person to be confirmed by the Senate. And whereas Coconino County remembers the victims of the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando on June 12, 2016, and stands in unity to eradicate violence, intolerance, and hate crimes everywhere they exist. And whereas Coconino County Board of Supervisors encourages our residents to reflect on the ongoing struggles of this community that continues to face appalling levels of violence against transgender people, especially transgender women of color, and calls for an increase in allyship. And whereas celebrating Pride Month increases awareness and provides support and advocacy for Coconino County's LGBTQIA2+ community and in an opportunity to act and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors do hereby designate June 2024 as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and two-spirit plus Pride Month throughout Coconino County, and celebrates with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities, thereby strengthening us as a county, state, and nation forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments from board members?
You know, I
Supervisor
obviously have
Horstman.
some comments, but I think it'd be appropriate to go ahead and make the motion first. And if you don't mind, Chair, and then from there, go ahead and make some comments.
Please.
All right, because otherwise I always forget to make the motion. So anyway, thank you. And yes, thank you, Lucinda, for reading that. And at this time, I would like to approve the proclamation designating June 2024 as Pride Month.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. Do we have a second? We have a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Now, do we have any comments from board members?
Aye.
Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you. And as you note from the proclamations today, this morning, this is really the trifecta of Coconino County recognizing what it really does mean to be an American. And I appreciate what you've read. It certainly, and what we're going to read for the other proclamations, it's important that we uphold the Constitution, which does stand for equal justice for all and equal protection under the law for all. It's interesting, the discrimination and the battle for equality, inclusion, respect continues. And it's important for us as a county, as individuals, as a community, that we recognize that the importance of going forward as a community to end discrimination and hate is the responsibility of every single one of us. So I really appreciate you bringing this forward. I appreciate the other proclamations that are going to be read. It is important that we acknowledge the atrocities of the past. And we're going to be talking about other atrocities here and other proclamation. And also important to acknowledge the successes that we have made, and yet that we need to strive to do better so that the American dream can be realized by everyone here. So thank you, and thank you for reading that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you. Thank you for the proclamation reading, Lucinda. I just think that, you know, in aspect of anything, whether it just be LGBTQ and I think that every day should be. we should be able to respect anybody in any way, shape, or form of color, anything that they are traditional, their cultures and their backgrounds and whatever they do to contribute to the society. I think we should be able to acknowledge that and accept that. So with everything that's been read in the proclamation, I totally agree with it. And that we, and I think that we just ask for respect and equality among everybody and making sure that, and that's what's going to make the world better out there. And so I just want to say thank you very much for bringing this proclamation to us. And this month is Pride Month, but it should be Pride Month for everything, every month. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hess.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my colleague said it best. I think this does show, we are Americans and we need to be supported by everybody. So I totally agree with you. And that's why I served 27 years to support and defend this country. So I agree with all of you saying this is why we fight, not just soldiers and, Army and all those, but all of us. So I totally agree. And I agree with you also, Judy. I can't wait till we get to a place where every day is just a good day. So thank you for reading that, by the way. You did great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. And boy, we sure have a lineup of proclamations today. I'm really proud of Coconino County. So I think that this shows that Coconino County really does think about its citizens and just making sure that that their rights are, and we really recognize, trying to recognize how our citizens and trying to be with them. We even have, when we do our jobs, to give a second chance to people that have gotten themselves in a situation. So I just think that these proclamations are just amazing. Thank you for reading this particular proclamation, and we just need to really be mindful of everyone and be kind and be mindful of how other people feel. So this is really good, and I think that every day it's just too bad and very sad that we still are fighting our way for our rights, and together that we can, though. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for reading the proclamation. Great job. I really appreciate the team that put it together. It's important to show and reflect the values of Coconino County, that, when we talk about inclusion, when we talk about equity, we're talking about everybody, and everybody should have a place at the table. And it's really important to say. And the one thing that my colleagues didn't say yet is love is love, and so we need to respect that and acknowledge that. And, our country has gone through some difficult times, and, some of the proclamation coming later is one of our attempts to help acknowledge and rectify that, but also acknowledging all the different groups in our communities and giving them a space at the table. That's healing. That's healing for our communities. And it's important that we do that. And so thank you for bringing this proclamation to us, and look forward to the events for this month, in the month of June, for Pride Month. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to really acknowledge the board's historic role in Pride. And Pride in the Pines, the event started in 1996. So, some of you were here. I was not quite here yet, but I know that Coconino County was the first institution to actually support that event and support the community, and since then has continued to do that for many, many years. The board has supported it through this resolution and supported the event and activities. Recently, there was a educational activity here in the community to help people, including those particularly like in the health department and other services that we and the nonprofit community provide, to learn more about this community, particularly transgender and some of the issues that they're experiencing in terms of discrimination. So really want to acknowledge that the county has been in the forefront of this for many, many years, and acknowledge Former Supervisor Liz Archuleta really had a leadership role in that early on. And I really respect her for being willing to step up even back in 1996 and really bringing that forward. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, next up.
Are we going to do events now?
Oh, yeah, are you gonna announce?
Do
that?
it at
You're
the
gonna-
end?
All right, next up, we have item number 1, consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation recognizing the 100th anniversary in which Congress passed the Indian Citizen Act, granting citizenship to all Native Americans born in the territorial limits of the country. With that, Indigenous Peoples Advisory Council Chair, Dr. Juliette Rudy will read the proclamation.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. Approaching the podium is Erica Philpott, our Human Resources Director, who will lead the conversation. And I believe we have a series of presenters for this proclamation. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Please
Chair,
proceed.
members of the board. Chair Roddy is unavailable to be with us today. So we have a group of amazing county employees who are going to read of this proclamation celebrating the 100th anniversary. And so I'm going to ask them to join me at the podium. From our facilities department, Michelle Barber, Rosita Benally, and Monty Salt are here. From Public Works, Miranda Nitzo is here. And from HR, Melissa John is here. So they're each going to take a portion of this proclamation and read it together. And we're so thankful.
Morning. Whereas on June 2nd, 1924, President Calvin Coolidge signed into law the Indian Citizen Act, also known as the Snyder Act. And whereas Act signed 100 years ago, granted full citizenship to American Indians and Alaskan Native Americans who were specifically excluded from the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and the 14th Amendment. And
whereas the act finally granted birthright citizenship, which differed from the Dawes Act of 1887, which denied Native American citizenship unless tribal members accepted individual land grants that were conditional upon the obedience of federal rules and regulations, often in stark opposition to the values and cultural uniqueness of Native American communities. And
as to where voting rights in Arizona were not extended to Native American until July 15, 1948, despite the critical war effort, contribution of the Navajo Code Talkers, and whereas following legal challenges that led to the elimination of discriminatory state law, it was not until the Civil Rights Act of 1965 that Arizona granted suffrage right to Native American, and not until the 1970 that polling places were accessible to Native American community in Arizona. And abilities that have come with being a citizen of the United States, and a tool that has changed our nation for the better when all voices are heard. And whereas, as we reflect upon the 100th anniversary of the Indian Citizenship Act, we are reminded of how recently Native Americans struggled to have equality and to receive the rights associated with citizenship, including the right to vote and the right to run for federal office. And
whereas on June 18, 2024, Coconino County will participate in the Navajo Nation's Voters Coalition Summit to encourage voting, provide information about how to register, and sharing polling location information. And whereas Coconino County recognizes the 100th anniversary of the act and celebrates the strength and diversity of Native communities
and their resilience in the face of centuries of oppression that attempted to destroy Native cultural practices.
Whereas today, Coconino County celebrates the diversity in the county's 6 indigenous tribes: Wallapai, Hopi, Habasupai, Kaibab, Band of Paiute, San Juan, Southern Paiute, and Navajo Nation, each who have legacy and future that the contributions to the county's unique and special heritage. And now therefore be it resolved that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize the 100th anniversary of the Indian Citizenship Act and uses the opportunity to call upon all residents and visitors to reflect upon the past and celebrate the historic moment in our nation's history.
Thank you for that. Really appreciate that resolution. Before I ask for comments, can I get a motion to pass the resolution?
So
We
moved.
have a motion by Vice Chair Begay and a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, motion passes. Now may I have some comments by board members?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
thank you for adding, I want to thank our staff for adding this proclamation and Melissa and team working to write the proclamation. It's been a process and really should have thought about it some time back before June 2nd, but I think it was right before June 2nd. I thought of, oh, today's June 2nd is coming up. So anyway, you know, the Indian citizen, Native Americans, we have been a project of the US government and other governments actually for some time, and trying to see what to do with Native Americans, writing treaties with them, trying to avoid having them become citizens on its own land, and finally came around to the citizen becoming a citizen of the United States. And the history is pretty sad, and it's just amazing that we are still here. The resilience of our ancestors just really have to just what they went through to be able to survive and to land being taken from them. The Dawes Act is mentioned, and 94% of the land base was lost to that Dawes Act, and it's just really sad what our history has done. And since then, we've been hearing about the boarding school projects and just the trying to strip Native Americans of its language, of its culture, of being who they are, and trying to really, we're just a US project. But today, I thought we'd bring this to the board to say that we are still here and we're working with the counties, state, federal, and we are exercising our rights to vote, and we're working every day to make sure that all diverse people in our county to exercise their right to vote and become citizens that they need to be and value them. And three proclamations today is just really shows how far the county has come, how far the state has come. We have a lot more to do, but we are still here. And so I think it is just really important that we recognize and celebrate this 100 years of citizenship that has been brought about. Of course, you know, there's always more court fights and everything else. And now, You know, Navajo Nation just passed its water rights settlement for the Colorado River Basin, and it just shows that Native Americans now have its own government, its own lawyers, its own staff that are Native, that are making decisions and actually understand the language and understand the laws and have the ability to make policy to protect its people. And we hold elected offices as well. So having hold the federal elected officials, we have several of them. So I just really want to thank the staff and board for allowing this proclamation to be read and to be approved here. So I think that it just is so important to recognize that we are still here as Native Americans and how we've been able to survive. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments from board members? Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing this forth to us staff. You're always out there watching out for everything. And I think Coconino County Board of Supervisors and the staff have really been trying to get people to work together and be there for one another and help one another, things like that. So I'm very grateful to the Steve, Andy, Sue, and, you know, others that are running the ship here. But I just want to say that, you know, it's a great celebration, but we went through a lot, yes, as Native Americans. And even to this day, there's talks about other stuff like the sober living that's happening down in the Phoenix area. You know, there's still some traits of things that are out there that, you know, we have to work with, just like Lena said, our Supervisor Fowler said, you know, and I think that I'm grateful that, you know, we have this right to vote, and that, you know, even though we were excluded from the Civil Rights Act of 1866, you know, and so I just want to say that, you know, giving us the citizenship gives us a voice, and then also to have voting rights and to express ourselves the way we should have from the get-go. And so I just want to say that it makes us, this action makes us a better community member, and then also again, you know, for our voices to be heard out there. And then I just want to also say that, you know, I encourage people to vote out there, register, you know, because you do have a voice in anything as Native Americans and all the indigenous peoples, you know, they have a right to vote and things like that. So I just want to say it's something that's still in the working stage. We still have a lot of issues with the tribe and with our tribe that I know of. You know, there's a lot of barriers still that we're struggling with, you know, things are coming together in bits and pieces. And sometimes you get upset about it because, you know, why are we being treated like this? You know, we're 5-fingered, you know, we still have, you know, 10 toes too, you know, we have nose and eyes and ears, you know, why is it the color, you know, or, you know, why? Because, you know, when people were rounded up in the long walk, you know, that was something. I mean, I don't know how many times, you know, people struggle, some ran away from there, and that's why we're here in existence. And we're over 400,000 Navajos and other indigenous people have their numbers too. So it's something that I'm proud of today, and thank you for bringing this issue to the table for the board to consider. And it's been approved. And so again, you know, we just have to respect everyone, one another. And as far as, you know, in our workplace, at home, you know, our siblings and everybody that's surrounding us. And I try my best here in the county, you know, saying hi, good morning, you know, everything, you know, and then with my Native American colleagues, you know, I always say, you know, what is your clan? Because that's a close bond. Even that, you know, the language itself is something that is of great value. And I encourage, you know, the younger children to maintain and start learning their language. I just want to say a little bit in Navajo.
эке диде коинал соосны датонил соосики эякон дейнолтха конде штэжлата ноллин до хашин акебе дак эго хэ нжоно кода авла нин ли хада шин хот нижен тай нан хало адоле эдиши дебек экайха adol enhigan eta tendo ado tundendo nicha hatazli do alsko benicha atin tahoina akoti de nezatina khayeta etin also siki pe a kho jo me lasli ki pe nache khode enda a don da ni eda pe hlawne hadi enda a ala ni he ni zede adole pe eta tiki ni zat be hanes na alto we won the war, with our co-talkers. We're a very special type of people here. Ako eben na hehen hedini do hat ya Janet put na so hat ishi beni chen ta hoi nan de yu da hino ne jono ke ta hito ne put ya ni ha si li do he.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, and thank you for reading that proclamation. Very important. Again, just an example of Coconino County recognizes that our strength is truly in our diversity, and we really appreciate you reading that. It was interesting. This morning, I happened to hear Deb Holland, our Native American secretary, first Native American Secretary of the Interior, speaking, and they specifically asked her about the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924, and her response, which I thought was absolutely amazing and so true, she says, "Hey, we were always the citizens here. It's the rest of you that were the immigrants." And I thought, well, that kind of put it in its place, didn't it? So one thing, and I know both Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor Begay alluded to this, and that is that the tragedy, again, of even getting the citizenship in 1924, and it took a lawsuit from a veteran, World War II veteran, Indigenous World War II veteran, to bring it forward before Native Americans were even afforded the right to vote here in Arizona. And I think we do have to be careful, and I'm so proud of Coconino County and our county recorder and our elections department, who are totally vigilant and aware of suppression that does take place all across this country and in the state of Arizona, and doing everything we can to ensure the right to vote, to ensure the full citizenship to everyone who lives here. And I'm very proud of them. And I think it's an example of acknowledging our mistakes, moving forward, and being vigilant to ensure our rights. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hess.
Yes, thank you. Great job reading that, by the way, guys. You did great. There's not much to be said. I'm not trying to steal thunder from the other supervisors, but it's one of those things where it wasn't that long ago that we went through this, and it doesn't make up for it, but I sure hope it helps, and that we can celebrate this 100 years and move forward. And again, I think the theme of today is everyone's involved and everyone's together and everyone's inclusive. So again, thank you very much. And I'm very honored to be part of Coconino County to sign this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'd just like to recognize and acknowledge all our staff that read this proclamation. Thank you. This is an important proclamation. Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for bringing it to us. This is the 100th anniversary. That's a big deal. That's a big milestone. But if you think about it, it's not that long ago. I think about how prior to 1978, Native Americans couldn't practice their native religion. That's in my lifetime. So this isn't so long ago. You know what I mean? These are things that have happened, and the only way we heal from these as a society is to acknowledge the wrongs that were made and work to make it right. And by having this acknowledgement, by having this proclamation, we're taking that small step in saying that we recognize that this was something that was wrong prior to 1924 and something that we celebrate now at that milestone of 100 years of having the right to vote. And so what I would ask all our citizens of Coconino County, our Native American citizens, is take advantage of your right to vote. Your ancestors worked hard to get this this right, and now you have it. So we need your participation in our elections. That's what our country is founded upon, democracy. And for a long time, Native Americans did not have that right to vote, but you do now. So please take advantage of that and participate in our democracy. And so again, just thank you for bringing that proclamation, and I look forward to the different events that will be celebrating this milestone. Thank you. Are there any other comments from
Mr.
staff?
Chair, Mr.
Oh, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I want to just thank staff for reading the proclamation. I think that it's really evident of how Coconino County really strives to hire diversify its staff, and just really want to thank all of them, and thank you for Erica for lining our readers up. And I think that this is a celebration. We can be better people from here, and it's really it's upon the leadership of all the organizations at every level to really respect others, and also acknowledge the history that they have gone through. Historical trauma is real, and we in Coconino County, we are always dealing with it, always talking about mental health and these issues. And we have programs throughout the various departments to really try to help people. So I just want to thank everyone again. And I want to thank our veterans. Thank you, Adam, or Supervisor Hess. And thank you for all our veterans that have fought for us and still fighting for us in these ways. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from staff at this time? All right, in that case, thank you very much for this proclamation. And we will move on to our third proclamation of the day. Consideration, the trifecta. Consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating June 19th, 2024 as Juneteenth Day in Coconino County. And I have Africa Diaspora Advisory Council Chair Kara House will read the proclamation.
Good morning, supervisors. It's a pleasure to join with you today to read this proclamation designating June 19th, 2024 as Juneteenth. Whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors joins residents and local governments across the country in celebrating June 19th, 2024 as Juneteenth, a day of empowerment and resilience of Black Americans who have endured generations of oppression in the journey toward equal rights and opportunities in America. And whereas on June 19th, 1865, Union Army General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, and presented General Order Number 3, announcing that all enslaved people were now free, more than 2 years after the issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas from that day forward, June 19th has been a day of celebration, prayer, and reflection focused on the history, adversities, and victories of Black Americans throughout the United States. And whereas June 19th celebrations became known as Juneteenth and is the oldest known celebration honoring the end of slavery in the United States, honoring more than the end of cruelty of bondage, but the resolve of the human spirit over generations of adversity. And whereas Juneteenth reminds each of us of the promise of freedom, equality, and opportunity, and serves as a reminder of the further progress we must make toward racial equality. And whereas in 2021, Juneteenth was established as a federal holiday, opening it to a better understanding of the evolution of our nation and its people. And whereas Juneteenth recognizes the ongoing fight for human rights and equality, and are commemorated throughout family cookouts, faith services, musical performances, and storytelling. And whereas we welcome the commemoration of Juneteenth as a day of reflection to honor the progress we have made, acknowledge how far we still have to go, and renew our commitment to building a community vision for advancing justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion for all people in Coconino County and beyond. Now therefore be it resolved that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors hereby designates June 19th, 2024 as Juneteenth, a day to educate and celebrate the Emancipation Proclamation and honor the history, adversities, and victories of Black Americans.
Thank you. Can I get a motion? We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay. Do we have a second? Second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, do we have comments from board members at this time? Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you. Kara Haas, it's great to see you. Yeah, virtually. And thank you for reading that important proclamation. And, you know, again, as we've been noting in our two prior proclamations, you know, who we are as a people requires a respect for diversity and requires all of us to take action to ensure that all people can be part of the American dream. It's just, when you think about it, it's amazing that Juneteenth is a celebration of the end to legally owning another human being. And it's incredible. As we note, we need to acknowledge the atrocities and horrors of our past and to make sure that we, of course, create a better world moving forward. I'm pleased that you've read it. I am anxious to celebrate Juneteenth with some great music and some great food and a great event there at the Murdoch Center. I know that will be coming up for Juneteenth. So thank you for reading it. And as we move forward, we struggle together to make sure we build a better world. So thanks, Kara. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other supervisor comments? Supervisor Hess.
Thank you, Kara. That was great. You did. That's a lot, and that's very emotional to read. So you did a great job. I think you said it best, Supervisor Horstman, with respect. I think that's the biggest thing going through all of these is the respect for everybody and the respect for all those around us. So, you know, let's keep that going through the whole month, honestly, and live it throughout the whole year. And that's my dream. That's my hope. And I'm so proud that we can celebrate these actions and these proclamations. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Begay, Supervisor Fowler. Vice Chair Begay.
You're slow there. Anyway, yes, thank you. Thank you. All these proclamations are basically pretty much in line and almost the same. And, you know, we're just sitting here acknowledging all of them. And so I just want to make sure that, you know, we really look out for the justice, diversity, the equity, and then inclusion of all the people that, you know, that are around us and whom we live by or who we associate with and on a daily basis, and making it sure that, you know, we're all, you know, we have freedom and we're out there, that we can help one another and be there for one another, like I said earlier, and that, you know, the Emancipation Proclamation that was passed, basically, you know, I'm thinking that would be something that really needed to happen, and so it's where we're at right now, and this proclamation is in line with the other two that were brought to our attention this morning. So I just greatly thank you for all. And then, but we still have a long ways to go. Like I said earlier too, you know, we still have a long ways. We still have to work at it, you know, to make sure that, you know, we're all working that towards our equality and freedom. And of course, there are a lot of opportunities out there that we can look into, and we are faced with them. So it's going to be us, you know, for making sure that, you know, we have equal rights too. So thank you so much for bringing the proclamation. Thank you, staff, for a job well done.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks so much for reading the proclamation. You know, we wonder sometimes why we're in the situation we're at. Why is it that there's so much? Why do we have so many social services? How come we can't? You know, how come there's so much mental health? You know, it's our history, and it's really brain health that has to do with that history. And now studies show that our ancestors, what they went through, we're carrying it. So that pain, we still feel that. So anyway, I'm just really also, and it's something we need to talk about. And we're very fortunate to be able to live in Coconino County, where we can talk about our history, be able to learn about our history and learn about each other. There are places now that those are banned. Books are being banned because they don't, people don't want to learn about others or don't want to learn about the real truth. So I think the more we talk about it, the more we learn from each other, the better we are. So that way we can all respect each other and be able to take care of each other, have that understanding, and be able to move forward and be able to create a really good, positive community. And that's what these proclamations are for. So I really thank you for reading this. When we think about Black history, we feel like it's like way out there somewhere, but it's actually, when I was growing up, we had Black families in the community that were that were the teachers there. So without them, I probably wouldn't have learned English. So I think that it's just really we are closer than we think we are. We're not far apart. We have a lot of common. We were all projects of the federal government and out of our hands and our families trying to fight for us. And we're still here today. We're here and proud of who we are. And so I just want to thank you for reading this. I want to thank the past Board of Supervisors and just really embracing diversity and acknowledging all the various cultures and history and trying to create a better community here. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for this proclamation. Really important that we acknowledge Juneteenth and the importance for our country. I think Supervisor Fowler hit it on the head with historical trauma. We all carry different historical traumas, and the only way that we can help right that or change that is to acknowledge those traumas and work through those traumas and discuss it and have those conversations. Not dwell or blame people for the past, but go through it, acknowledge it, accept, and listen to folks give their heartfelt perspective on what's going on and figure out a way to move forward together. And that's what creates a stronger union. And so these proclamations are part of that healing process for us. And it's very encouraging as a county that these are our county values, that we acknowledge and discuss these conversations in a way that is constructive and allows us to build a better county and ultimately a better union. So thank you for this proclamation, and I look forward to seeing the events for this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. I believe that was my cue. So thank you for that. On behalf of the Diversity Committee, we're so excited to bring forward these three proclamations today, and such an important day and so powerful to have them all together as well. I think as we read all three of them, we're reminded that each step forward is a success that prepares the way for the next step and the next success. And there's always more work to be done. So we keep moving forward and keep striving for all individuals, equality, and for everyone, all individuals to be seen, heard, and valued. And we value that so much here at Coconino County. The Diversity Committee has prepared events to recognize all three of these proclamations, and I'm just going to mention them in calendar order. Starting with this Thursday, June 6th, there will be a lunch and learn on Native American voting rights, and that will be with Recorder Patty Hansen and Native American Outreach Coordinator Ray Daw. And as we heard in the proclamation today, July 15th, 1948 was the date that Native Americans were given the right to vote in Arizona, but also that there were accessibility issues through and until the 1970s. And so both Recorder Hansen and Mr. Daw will be speaking of that, and also about the great work that Coconino County has done with our Native American outreach work in the Recorder and the Election Office. And Ray has been doing that work, and also the work of remembering Alta Foster as well. And the county received a national award for that work. On Monday, June 10th, there will be a Native American Citizenship Act lunch and learn with Dr. Fred Sullup and Dr. Karen Jarrett Snyder. And so that will be an exciting day as well. And Eslier Musto will be facilitating that lunch and learn. On Tuesday, June 11th, we will have a video presentation where we have a video lunch and learn, and then the participants discuss that video, which is always a really meaningful conversation. And June 11th's video is on Two-Spirit people. So that will be a great addition to the month. On Wednesday, June 12th, ADAC Chair Kara House will be back. She's with us today, and she'll be back on Wednesday, June 12th, to present on Juneteenth. And then on Thursday, June 13th, we will have a Pride Month presentation by Supervisor Horseman, the legal journey of Pride Month. And so excited to have that presentation. On Tuesday, June 18th, we will have a video lunch and learn honoring Dr. Sally Ride, which is incredibly moving, and also about some of the things that have been done in her honor to recognize her work. On Wednesday, June 19th, we have members, our colleagues from HHS, Sydney Tolchinsky and Abigail Crick, who are back by popular demand from last year, and they will be presenting on LGBTQIA2S inclusive health, sexual health information from the clinic perspective from HHS. On Thursday, June 20th, Brian Bove will be here from NAU's Office of Inclusion and Student Services for LGBTQIA, and talking about all that NAU is doing to reach students and make sure that they have the college experience that allows them to feel included and helps them to graduate and have a family on campus. On June 25th, we'll have a video, Surviving Voices, the AIDS Memorial Quilt Panel Makers. On Wednesday, June 26th, we will celebrate Diversity Day on the courthouse lawn outside, which is an annual event that we've been doing since 2016, and there will be food trucks. And so very excited to see everyone on the courthouse lawn from 11 to 1. And on Thursday, June 27th, we will wrap up our June programming with Erica Shaw from HHS. She'll do a presentation on queer visibility, celebrating pride and allyship. So thanks to everyone who is presenting, helping put on all of these events throughout June, and to the Diversity Committee for their programming efforts as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Are there any other comments or questions from board members or staff? All right. Well, thank you. Look forward to all the different events. Thank you, everyone. All right. Now back to business.
You know, after that emotional morning, now we're going to get to budget.
I know, right?
It also makes me cry if that
Right?
helps.
Talk about a 180, right? All right. Next up, consideration and possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2025 tentative budget for Coconino County in an amount of $484,803,861. Yes, it did. And with that, I'll hand it over to our Finance Director, Siri Mullaney.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, members of the board, Andy Bertelson, Deputy County Manager, and wanted to kick this off. Siri Mullaney is indeed here, ready to get down to business with the budget. This is a recommendation for approval of the tentative budget, both the overall county budget, as well as a few of the special districts that need approval as well. Each of those special districts included in your packet are those budget numbers. We've had every year is a budget process, and every year we say the budget process is a year-long process. So with that, we had several meetings with departments in which they talked about all the great things that they do in our communities and within the organization for our communities. And then over the last couple of months, we've had some specific budget conversations where we've rolled up our sleeves and got a little more personal with those numbers. You've also given us some feedback on future budget processes. Excuse me, with County Manager Peru. We really appreciate that feedback. The budget does get me choked up. I'm sorry.
Didn't realize this budget made you so emotional.
It is a spiritual occurrence. And but the feedback was really helpful as we prepare for future budgets and how we have those conversations and set up those conversations with departments. We always walk away with huge packets for the budget. And so we'll continue to refine. As much as we try to go paperless, there's just some things. Sue and I talked about this morning, or Sue brought it up. We just like to have the paper in front of us sometimes for certain things, and the numbers are those things that we like to see on paper. So with that, we'll turn it over to Siri, and she'll talk a little bit about the budget. Just so you know, the final budget, the recommendation is that we approve it on June 25th. We also will have in August, I believe, Siri, the Truth in Taxation hearing, or is that in June as well?
In June, yes.
Thank you. But the tax rates are on the docket to be approved in August for our taxing jurisdictions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Siri Mullaney, our Chief Fiscal Officer.
Yes, so thank you, Chair and members of the board. So again, just for purposes of the public, today is really the culmination, as Andy was saying, of a budget process with the board. So this is not the first time we're talking about the budget. Today, we're at the point of tentative adoption with final adoption on the 25th. What the tentative adoption does today is it sets the ceiling of the maximum amount we can expend as a county in total. So today is important, but the final budget will be established on the 25th. Also, as a result of the work that we do today in adopting a tentative budget, we then have a series of required publishings, just to make you aware of as our next step after today. We will see online publishings, we'll see printed publishings, a press release, and our website will include information on adopting the final budget on the 25th. That's important because we have truth and taxation hearings that are coming up, and we have public hearings on all of the final budget adoptions. So we will be providing lots of ways where we're telling the public this is your opportunity to come and provide input on the budget if you choose. And so that's as a result of today, we have to publish what we're adopting and give the opportunity for comment. As we look at the budget that's before you for tentative adoption, it is $484.5 million. Okay. Yes. I will pull it up right now. So yes, I was getting to that, to pulling that up, but let me do that right now.
Can I borrow your copy? I can do a small copy.
All right, so on your screen, so yes, leading to the budget itself, the budget schedules, what you see on your screen, this was shared on Saturday as well. This is the legal format of the budget. So this just takes all the discussions that we've had and puts it into a format prescribed by statute, provided to us by the Auditor General's office. And this does represent our legally adopted budget through a series of schedules. So again, the total, I'll just, if you can see where I'm circling, the total budget recommended is the $484.5 million compared to 546 million last year. We do have a reduction in our anticipated unawarded grants. So grants that we're in the process of applying for, essentially. We have been awarded a lot of grants over the last several years, but that pipeline is kind of closing, if you will, with the end of ARPA money, the awarding. True. And flood control is actually one of those areas where we have received a lot of funds. We have a lower placeholder now for unawarded grants, as we've been awarded a lot of those grants and have been spending them down. Also ARPA dollars and that were under that federal ARPA Act, not just what we've already received, but future applications have gone down because that money is coming to a close. And then, of course, other awards that we had seen be higher post-pandemic. So it does cause a lower overall budget compared to last year due to a change in those placeholders. As we look at the schedule itself, Schedule A is the summary of our entire budget. Just to point out, this is a balanced budget. That's a good thing. So our final lines here, where at the bottom, there's two lines. One says financial resources available, and the other says budgeted expenditures. When we look at the general fund column, you will see those numbers are equal. So we budget all of our resources in the general fund to have a balanced budget. All resources available are budgeted to be expended. That provides us the ability to expend dollars from our contingency lines. If there were to be an emergency or something were to come up, we have then the authority sitting there in order to expend the funds. Then we also have our special revenue funds where we have some fund balance been carried forward. We have our anticipated revenues. And so our budget there is 286 million. And then we have not budgeted all of our resources available for special revenue funds. And then we also have a debt service fund, or we have a collection of debt service funds rather, and capital projects funds. So it's all part of the budget structure itself. And again, over to the right there, that grand total 484.5 million. The other part of this schedule that I'll point out is the expenditure limit estimate. This is just an estimate. We have to run the budget and the forecast through expenditure limit modeling. And so our expenditure limit for fiscal year 24 is 78 million. We're anticipating that we will have 72.6 million subject to the limit. And the way that we have been able to get that down, again, is through the strategies we implemented in the 24 budget, including issuing the capital projects debt. As we look at our outlook for 25, those numbers are balanced. So we have an expenditure limit of 81 million. We are anticipating having 81 million subject to the limit. And the way that we are doing that, again, is then using debt as one of those tools. And then the rest will come from any carry forward that we still have in our fund balance that we will be dipping into to make those equal each other. Which we've, of course, talked about before. That is not a long-term solution. The carry forward does get exhausted, and then we're not replenishing it. So, but we do have a balanced budget in all senses, from financial resources as well as our planned expenditure limit for fiscal year 25. The next schedule that we have, I'll try to zoom in a little bit here. Okay, so this is a summary of our property taxes with a comparison to 2024. So we have our general fund levy anticipated at $11 million, $11,365,000. And we also have secondary property taxing districts. And we can see here that it includes our taxing rates on this schedule. So our general fund primary property tax rate is decreasing from last fiscal year as a result of our formula restrictions on property taxes. We are holding all other districts with the same tax rate, with the exception of the library district, where we do have that agreed upon increase built into the rate for next year based on their presentation and the board feedback. Our third schedule is our Schedule D. Let me try to zoom to that better. So this just shows, Schedule C rather. This shows the rest of our revenues. So we show our general fund revenues in a little bit more detail by the different types. And then on the next page, we have our special revenue funds just shown by department, as well as debt service and capital projects. So those are the other resources that are not property taxes. Then we show on Schedule D just our interfund transfers. So how money is moving between the general fund and other funds in the form of a transfer. But those numbers equal each other, transfers in and transfers out in total match. And then we also have other financing sources for using our issued debt for capital projects. The last two schedules, this is really what the budget is made up of from the expenditure side of things. So we have what's called Schedule E, and it is our schedule of expenses by, really hard to scroll on this, sorry. Okay, by fund and then department. So general fund, you can see the various departments in their general fund expenditure line over to the right. And then the same thing for special revenue funds, capital projects, and debt service. That's Schedule E, and our total again is that 484.5 million. So this is our total expenditures, and that's the way that you can take a look at how the dollars are allocated across departments. We show the exact same information. So the grand total 484.5 is exactly the same on Schedule F. We're just required to show it two different ways. Schedule F shows it by department. And so the way that you can look at really all of the details in the expenditure budget is by going to Schedule F. So for example, adult probation is our first department here. You can see that they have a general fund budget for 25 of $2.3 million, but they have a total budget of 7 million. And that kind of gives you a perspective of the resources of the department. How much is general fund? How much are other funding sources? Whereas the next line of the assessor, you can see they're primarily general fund. They have one small special revenue fund, but mostly general fund. So this gives you an idea of the funding sources of all the different departments when you look at it on Schedule F. And the last legally required document is Schedule G. And this is just a listing of our FTEs by funding source. So general fund, other funds, and then we are required to break out the cost of compensation and benefits. So all of that together makes up what is our legal budget document. And so for today, we are recommending adoption of these schedules so that we can go ahead and print them and notify the public that this is the budget we intend to adopt. It does reflect all of our discussions that we had, as well as I know that we had some remaining dollars that had not been allocated. When we think back to that $1 million in the budget process, we do have that in as a placeholder. So if the board wants to have additional discussions on those dollars during the fiscal year, we have a placeholder to allocate those as well. So with that, I'll pause and see if there's any questions on the budget itself before we move into recommended adoption.
Are there any questions by board members at this time? Vice Chair Begay.
I don't have any questions, but I think we went through it too fast that I was still fumbling with the paper when we were already on the next page and next page and next page, and I lost track here. So you're saying this here includes all the discussion that the board had is inclusive in here, and then also it's by all these different funds that you have for each department that's listed. And I guess the first page, the very first page, you're talking about 24, 25. That one there, 78 at the bottom and 81 to the right. That one is for, okay, I see that now. So I'm gonna have to look at this real quick. It's just gone too fast. You know, I'm not sure how the board members felt about that too.
So just so I understand right, as we're kind of reviewing again, Schedule F is the one that we want to look at because that's the one that breaks down the revenues and expenditures for each department by fund.
Thank you. So Schedule F is the expenditure budget by fund. Yes.
And Vice Chair Begay, the form that you were, the Schedule C that you were looking at, those are for the revenues other than property taxes, I believe in the general fund, Schedule C. All of these schedules are required schedules, if I have this correct, Siri, that are required of us to be filled out by the state of Arizona. The state of Arizona, as you can imagine, has a bit different way of looking at things than we do, where it can be a bit confusing. But Chair Vasquez, you are correct. Schedule F are the expenditures by department. And so again, as we go through our budget process, we have a way of working with you, the board, as we go through that process. The state of Arizona requires us to put that data into their forms for submittal to them.
Is there a complimentary schedule that also has the revenues broken down that same way?
Thank you, Chair. So if we look at Schedule C shows, and we're required to do it this way. It's a little unique because general fund revenues really are not prescribed to a department. And once something goes into the general fund, it's a resource that's available for any purpose, regardless of how it was collected. General fund, you can see the revenues by the type. So we have our county sales tax, for example, is the very first line here. And that is something that goes into the general fund to help support all general fund departments. As we go through the list, even though, like, for example, licenses and permits, we have community development as a department who's collecting fees for licenses and permits. Those revenues do not go into a separate holding bucket, if you will, for community development. They're part of the general fund pool of revenues. And so we can see that as we look at all of the different general fund revenue sources, whether it's licenses or intergovernmental or any kind of charges for services, et cetera. So our general fund revenues, excluding our primary property tax, is $73 million. And then that's at the bottom there where it says total general fund on Schedule C. Then to look at revenues for departments in their special revenue funds, you would go to the next page of Schedule C. You can see the header says special revenue funds. And then it lists all of the various departments. Some departments have revenue sources, some do not. For example, you won't see finance on this list. We're 100% general fund. We don't have any revenue sources. Whereas others, of course, receive a lot of money from non-property tax, other sources like the flood control district, where they have significant dollars in federal funding. And so you'll see 43.9 million in the flood control district line, for example, as anticipated federal revenues for those projects.
Thank you for that clarification. Vice Chair Begay.
On Schedules C, where you said special revenue dollars, unawarded grants, can you explain that for me?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. That's a great question. So this is an area that's really important to us as a county to put into the budget. Because again, today what we're doing is we are setting the expenditure ceiling for the county, meaning even if, the federal government released, let's say, $200 million as a direct allocation to Coconino County. If we don't have it budgeted in terms of expenditure authority, we can't expend it. So our placeholder right now for unawarded grants is 86 million, just shy of 86 million. And what that's made up of is all the departments saying, here's my best case scenario of what we're applying for, what we're in the pipeline for, what we've maybe heard about in terms of grant money. And so that's what really is made up of those unawarded grants, so that if we were to be awarded any of those or any combination of those funding opportunities, we would then have the ability to expend the money.
Sure.
Supervisor Hess.
Siri, does that mean that's the max, the 85.9, or, and is there anything, if we come under that, does that affect budget in any way?
Thank you. Great question. So our max is really just that total of 484 million. That's our max expenditures. So things that aren't actually designated for a particular purpose right now is in the unawarded grant fund. Everything else has pretty much been given a name, if you will. This is for this particular department or this expenditure. With the exception of general fund, we also have our general fund contingency. So again, showing the general fund balance, we take our we have a reserve policy. We take all of our reserves and we also budget to spend those. We don't want to spend all of our reserves. That's not the goal. But we want to have the capacity to expend it if need be, if there were to be some sort of, emergency or disaster. And then you had a second question in there. And then yes, so correct. So I'd like to go back to Schedule C, for example, to show you unawarded grants. You'll see we had a placeholder revenue in 2024 of 107 million. Our forecasted actual is always going to be zero, because what we do is once we receive an award, let's say we receive a federal grant that was in that placeholder, as part of the grant acceptance, we come to the board and say, and please approve a budget amendment in the amount of however much is needed to spend the grant. And then we take the placeholder money and we move it into the department. There is absolutely no penalty or repercussion to be under our adopted budget. It's only the other way around where we could, face a problem.
Supervisor Horstman.
Thanks. And I brought this up before, but I think it's important for the board and it's also important for the community to understand that revenue and expenditures are two very separate things. And when we're talking about a revenue cap, that is different than talking about the expenditure limit. And because they're different, when we're talking about putting on for the voters an increase in the expenditure limit, that does not, in fact, in any way, shape, or form, affect our revenue, and it does not affect taxes.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Horstman. That is absolutely correct. We have a variety of limits, unfortunately, as the county. So yes, the expenditure limit is completely separate almost from this conversation today. The limit we're talking about today is our availability to spend in 1 year. But on top of that, then we have the expenditure limit of how much local dollars we can expend every year. And then on top of that, we have limits on our revenue generating authority, if you will. And so they're all completely separate and distinct, and changing one does not in any way affect any others, and expenditure limit would not result in any increased revenue opportunities.
Deputy Director
Oh.
Burleson.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. Supervisor Hess, I was just going to, Siri answered your question, but the unawarded grants in essence gives us the ability to make that expenditure if those revenues come in. So I see Wes Deason's in the audience. If through emergency management, we're able to collect a significant amount of funds through the federal government for an emergency management project, this gives us the capacity to expend. But if it doesn't come in, then we have no revenues to expend. And so we're just simply not able. And while we have the budget allocation, the 484 million is our maximum capacity for that budget. Thanks.
Vice Chair Begay.
Yeah, question. When we're discussing staff salaries, what option did we go with? I know it was just, we all made is it at the XYZ one that?
Vice Chair Begay, members of the board, it's our understanding we did recommend and agreed on the 2.5% increase for staff beginning on July 1, the fiscal year.
And that's part of the XYZ that we discussed last year, right?
It's part of the compensation plan that we
Yeah,
implemented in 2001, 2002, and honoring that compensation plan going forward.
Just for clarification, okay?
All right, are there any other questions? Supervisor Fowler, are you still with us? Do you have any questions, Supervisor Fowler?
I actually like the way that it's laid out. You know, when we do our budget, we have these all the big binders, and we've had several weeks of conversation on these budgets. And right now, it's just all summarized and with a summary sheet, and then per department and our revenue, and just even with our grants, potential grants that are going to come in. So I think it's I went through it and I really don't have any questions. I think that the way that it's laid out, it's just pretty much how we had agreed to. We've been having these conversations and we agreed to have this budget here. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments at this time from the board? No? All right, then please continue.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So with that, for today, staff is recommending that the board adopt the fiscal year 2025 tentative budget for Coconino County in the amount of $484,503,861.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Horstman.
With the numerous discussions that we've done, and a big thank you to our finance team and quite frankly, our county management team. I would be happy to make the motion to adopt the fiscal year 2025 tentative budget for Coconino County in the amount of $484,503,861.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. Do we have a second? We have a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. All right, motion passed.
Aye.
Motion passes. We tentatively approve this budget to return on June 25th to finalize it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So also under your role as Board of Supervisors, we have the next budget for adoption, and this is our Fire District Assistance Tax. The Fire District Assistance Tax is required by statute, and this one is a bit of a formality. The maximum tax rate is 10 cents per $100 of assessed valuation, and that distribution of those dollars is established by formula. The tax is required to be levied up to the amount of the formula or up to the tax rate amount, whichever one is lower. And in this case, it is the tax rate of 10 cents. So we have run that against our assessed values and have come up with a budget of $2,298,822. And those dollars are distributed back to individual fire districts within Coconino County, again, based on a formula.
All right, thank you. May I have a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2025 tentative budget for the Fire District Assistance Tax in the amount of $2,298,822?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve that item with the understanding that the county is just a pass-through. We don't collect any revenue or charge any fee on them that goes directly to the fire departments.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Fowler and a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, motion passes. Thank you. Now, may I have a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors? We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay and a second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, thank you. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Item number 6, consideration and possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2025 tentative budget for the Coconino County Flood Control District in the amount of $70,354,656. May I have a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2025 tentative budget for the Coconino County Flood Control District in the amount of, that I just stated, $70,354,656.
We just like to hear you say it, but I'll make the motion.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. Do we have a second? A second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Now, may I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors? We have a motion by Supervisor Hess. Do we have a second? We have a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. We are now back to the Board of Supervisors. Now, may I have a motion to resolve as the Public Health Services District Board of Directors? We have a motion by Supervisor Hess. Do we have a second? We have a second by Supervisor Horstman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. We are now the Public Health Services District. And we have item number 7, consideration and possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2025 tentative budget for the Coconino County Public Health Services District in the amount of $22,678,000. May I have a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2025 tentative budget for the Coconino County Public Health Services District in the amount of $22,600,078. $738, sorry. Too many numbers. All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. We have a second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, thank you. Motion passed. Now may I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors? We have a motion by Supervisor Horstman, a second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, now may I have a motion to resolve as the Trail District Board of Directors?
So move.
We have a motion by Supervisor Fowler and a second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. And now we're on item number 8, consideration possible action to adopt the FY 25 tentative budget for the Coconino County Jail District in the amount of $30,148,056. May I have a motion to adopt the 2025 tentative budget for the Coconino County Jail District in the amount of $30,148,056. We have a motion by Supervisor Hess. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor Horseman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, we now may I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Hess.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Horseman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Now may I have a motion to resolve as the Library District Board of Directors. We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay. We have a second. Second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, now consideration possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2025 tentative budget for Coconino County Library District in the amount of $6,851,239. May I have a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2025 tentative budget for the Coconino County Library District in an amount of $6,851,239. We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All right, thank you. Now may I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors? All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Hess, a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, now may I have the motion to resolve as the Tucson Special Street Lighting District?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horseman. Can I get a second? We have a second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, motion passes. Item 10, consideration possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2025 tentative budget for the Tucson Special Street Lighting District in the amount of $41,400. May I have a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2025 tentative budget for the Tucson Special Street Lighting District in the amount of $41,400.
It is my great honor to adopt the tentative budget for the Tucson Special Street Lighting District.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Horseman. Do I have a second? Second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Now may I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors? Do I have a second? We have a motion by Supervisor Hess, a second by Supervisor Horseman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, we are now the Board of Supervisors. Feel like I just finished an auction. Okay, we are now on consent agenda. All matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that board members want to consider separate?
If I may.
Please.
Mr. Chair, number 13, please.
Okay, any other items to be pulled at this time?
Then I'd make a motion that we accept the consent agenda, items number 11 through number 37, exclusive of number 13.
Thank you. We have a motion from Supervisor Horseman to approve the consent agenda, items 11 through 37 minus 13. Do we have a second? We have a second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, now item 13, consideration and possible action to approve a funding agreement with the Grand Canyon Pantry to approve $1,591 from District One Community Initiative Funds for the replacement of the local pantry refrigerator. And with that, I'll pass it over to Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, and thank you, Chair. Thank you for pulling this. Just wanted to make a note on this that Mike Scott, who is the director for the Grand Canyon Pantry, was recently honored by the Northern Arizona Housing Solutions and for his great job on as a hunger champion for here in Coconino County. And just the great job he has done up there in the northern part of our county, there at the Grand Canyon, the Tucson area, for the folks up in that area. So it was certainly my pleasure to hopefully in a little way help Grand Canyon Pantry to continue to serve the folks up there. So just wanted to call that and congratulate Michael Scott for the great work he is doing up there for the community. And with that, I would make a motion to approve the funding agreement with the Grand Canyon Pantry and providing the $1,591 from District 1 CI funds to replace the local pantry refrigerator.
Thank you. We have a motion from Supervisor Horseman. Do we have a second? We have a second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor and approving the funding agreement with Grand Canyon Pantry from District 1 CI funds, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. All right, now may I have a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors? We have a motion by Vice Chair Brigade. Do we have a second? We have a second by Supervisor Horseman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. We are now on the Flood Control District Consent Agenda. Are there any items that people would like to remove on this consent agenda? Okay, in that case, may I have a motion to approve the Flood Control District Consent Agenda items 38 through 40? We have a motion by Vice Chair Brigade. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Now, may I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors? We have a motion by Supervisor Hess. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Horseman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, thank you. Now may I have a motion to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors? We have a motion by Supervisor Hess. Do we have a second? We have a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right. Now we're on the Public Health District Consent Agenda. May I have a motion to approve the Health District Consent Agenda, item 41?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horseman. We have a second. Second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, thank you. Now may I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors? We have a motion by Supervisor Hess. Do we have a second? We have a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, let me see. Let me catch my breath. Where are we at? Now, may I have a motion to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors? We have a motion by Vice Chair Brigade. Do we have a second? Second by Supervisor Hess. Now we're on the Jail District Consent Agenda items. Unless anybody wants to pull one of these, may I have a motion to approve Jail District Consent Agenda items 42 and 43? We have a motion by Supervisor Hess. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Horseman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right. Now may I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors? We have a motion by Vice Chair Brigade. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor Horseman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Now We're on item 44, public hearing, consideration, and possible action to make a recommendation to the Arizona Department of Revenue regarding a Class B bingo license application for Mormon Lake Charities. Address is 902 Fulton Springs, Mormon Lake, Arizona, 86038. Applicant Teresa Jones, for bingo events to be held at the Mormon Lake Fire Station located at 1067 Mormon Lake Road, Mormon Lake, Arizona, for fundraising for the fire district. Clerk Daly will present, and applicant Teresa Jones may be present.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. I've just been texting Miss Jones. She's not able to be on. But I'll go ahead and let you know this is a pretty straightforward bingo license application. Again, it's a Class B bingo license application for Mormon Lake Charities, which is a nonprofit organization, and their address is 902 Fulton Springs, Mormon Lake, Arizona, 86038. The applicant is Teresa Jones. Ms. Jones would like to hold some bingo events to do fundraising for the Mormon Lake Fire District. And the events will be at the Mormon Lake Fire Station located at 1067 Mormon Lake Road in Mormon Lake, Arizona. The bingo license application process is outlined in state statutes, and our Board of Supervisors is required to have a public hearing within 45 days of receiving the bingo license application. Again, this is in Supervisor District 4, and I believe will be Supervisor District 3 come January 2025. We did provide the application to the Community Development Department, our County Treasurer's Office, Health and Human Services, and the Sheriff's Office for review. None of them have any concerns regarding the bingo license application. And just a note, just to make sure it's understood that the benefit or the revenue from the bingo event will go to the Mormon Lake Fire District for fundraising. The board is required to make a recommendation to the Arizona Department of Revenue, and the Department of Revenue is the one that actually issues the license for the bingo, issues the bingo license. And that's all I have to present. Again, Miss Teresa Jones was trying to get on today, but she had another conflicting appointment at 11:30, so she's not able to be here.
Okay, so in that case, we'll move on to the public hearing. The public hearing is open. We will now take comments. When you are called to speak, announce your name and place of residence. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Please make sure that your comments are directed to the topic. Clerk Daly, please explain how those in person and those here present virtually can provide public comment.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. At this time, if there is anyone that would like to provide a public comment regarding this public hearing item on the bingo license application, you can come up to the podium if you're here in person. If you've joined us virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. It looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit the *9 button, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. At this time, Chair Vasquez, we do not have any hands raised or anyone at the podium wanting to speak.
Okay, we'll give it 1 more minute.
We have no hands raised, Chair Vasquez.
All right, in that case, I am now closing the public hearing. Supervisors, are there any questions or comments? Supervisor Horstman.
Just for the record on this, from the information that's been presented, the application for a Class B bingo license application for Mormon Lake Charity seems to be in order and in accordance with our policies and regulations. Is that correct?
That is correct, Supervisor Horstman.
And noting that there have been no comments received either in favor or against the recommendation. Is that correct?
that is correct, Supervisor Horstman.
All right, great. Just wanted to put that on there for the record.
All right, thank you.
I'll be happy
Supervisor
to.
Horstman.
Yes, if at this particular point, with that, I would at this point make a recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Revenue regarding this Class B bingo license application for Mormon Lake Charities in Fulton Springs, Mormon Lake, Arizona, the applicant being Teresa Jones.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. Do we have a second? We have a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passed. All right, item number 45. We're close to getting to lunch break. We got 10 minutes. Can you make it quick?
Either, okay, we're gonna, or,
We want to go on break now.
right. I mean, I can't imagine you're gonna get this done in 10 minutes because,
we definitely get it done.
okay, never
Yes.
mind.
Gonna hold you to that, my friend.
Then,
Yep.
Also, Chair Vasquez, members of the board, we do have the NACO resolutions this afternoon with Gregory and Keith, so we'll have additional time with them. Yep, we have an hour with them scheduled for this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
I think there's a bit of some separate items to discuss aside
Yep.
from the NACO resolutions.
Chair Vasquez, board members will be very brief and keep it to 10 minutes. Just so you know, the State House is convened today. They're currently in debate, pushing out HCR 2060, which is the immigration bill. Once that action is taken today, we expect it to pass on party lines and will be transmitted to the Secretary of State to be referred to the voters in 2024. On the state budget, we've heard from members staff has seen the budget. We're hearing that there may be a cost shift as it relates to the JP salaries. Greg Sullivan is tracking that down, and we're working with Siri to quantify that potential impact. During the Great Recession, the 60-40 cost share was reduced for the state from about down to 19.25% rather than 40%. We did confirm with the governor's office that former state senator Jamasita Peshlikai was appointed to the State Transportation Board for District 5. On the federal side, we've been working with Representative Stanton's office on the deduplication issue with the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, or RDOF, and we partnered with CSA on this advocacy, and they submitted a letter to staff at the congressman's office for a meeting that will occur with NTIA tomorrow. We also provided questions from our IT department as well, and that was what was handed out to you just a minute ago. Wanted to make you aware that we're continuing to engage on those issues. In terms of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, you may have heard that this act is expiring at the end of, on Monday, June 10th. RECA was initially set to expire in 2022, but President Biden signed a measure extending it for 2 years. This program has been tremendously important for Northern Arizona to compensate victims of downwinding from the Nevada test site, as well as uranium mining. The Senate did pass in March a bill to expand the program 69 to 30 on March 7th, and the expansion included victims of radioactive waste in Missouri, the Trinity test in New Mexico, and other residents in Alaska, Colorado, Idaho, Kentucky, Missouri, Montana, Tennessee, and Guam. Would also cover areas of Nevada, Utah, and Arizona not currently covered by RECRA, and include additional uranium workers. So Senators Kelly and Kirsten Sinema co-sponsored the Senate expansion with Senator Hawley from Missouri. However, in the House, negotiations have failed, and they're not failed, but stalled rather. Bob has spoken to Congressman Crane's office. They are very concerned about what's going on with this bill. Representative Crane's office is being told that the program will expire on Monday without a new authorization. And they're being told that some folks from the Missouri delegation want to include a $50 billion expansion of the program. And they're threatening to tank any bill that does not include that expansion. So you kind of have two things working against it. Folks who want to see an expansion and then folks who want to see the program expire. So leadership had set up a suspension for this week that expanded RECRA, and folks tanked it or they pulled it off the floor before it could be tanked. So if we don't have a deal by tomorrow, program will languish on Monday because members are leaving after tomorrow's votes for D-Day remembrances for June 6th. Congressman Crane's office believes they will come up with a compromise deal by the end of the month or later this summer. It is very much speculative at this point, and Mr. Crane's office is significantly engaged on the issue. So just wanted to bring that up. Government Affairs has been working with Bob and Anna since January on this, with our senators on board and our congressmen on board, as well as the Arizona delegation. Arizona is very much in solid support of either the reauthorization or expansion.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments by board members? Supervisor Horseman?
Yes, I do. And actually, I was wondering about that because that's why I thought maybe we'd do it afterwards, since I'm sure there'll be some comments. I have two comments, actually. Number one is I would like to congratulate Jamasita Peshlikai for her appointment on the Transportation Board. And I know I certainly speak for myself, but I'm sure my colleagues agree. We look forward to her strong advocacy on our part here in Northern Arizona on the Transportation Board. I obviously, when we had made the call out for folks for appointment to the Transportation Board, I did not know she was interested, and I'm so pleased to see that not only was she interested, but that she has been appointed. Having said that, I would like and would appreciate my colleagues to hopefully support me on this. We get a letter out to Charlie Odegaard to thank him for his interest and his willingness to step forward and to represent us on this very important board. I want to acknowledge the service he has given to Coconino County and City of Flagstaff in the past, and want to acknowledge his willingness to continue to serve.
Thank you. Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, and I also want to say that, maybe a congrats letter to Jamasita Peshlikai also.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be great too, just wishing her well in the capacity, and that we really would appreciate, we do appreciate all the expertise and knowledge that she has, that she's used to help, the county, Coconino County, I guess is what I'm saying. Well, thank you.
Absolutely. We'll draft those letters up.
Thank you. Supervisor Horseman.
And I had another matter, but I don't know if you want to talk about State Transportation Board. And then I would like to get back to the nuclear testing.
Yeah, let's go ahead and finish any comments on State Transportation Board. Supervisor Fowler, did you have any comments?
Sorry, Chair Vasquez, she had needed to jump off to go to the Route 66 meeting.
Not a problem. Just wanted to make sure we gave her that opportunity. Supervisor Hess?
No, I agree. I think we need to thank Charlie for coming in, and then give a congratulations. So look forward to reading how you put that together, Greg. And man, it's just good that we have multiple people wanting to help the county. That's the biggest takeaway, is there's so many good people in this county that step up when they need to step up, and I appreciate that. And it's good to be here.
Yes, thank you. Also want to congratulate new State Transportation Board, Jamasita Peshlikai. It is exciting that she will be representing us, and we know that through her past public service that she is more than qualified for the position. Would like to thank Charlie Odegaard for applying and going through the process. We really appreciate his public service and look forward to working with him in other capacities moving forward. So thank you to everyone involved, and look forward to seeing progress made on the State Transportation Board, because we know there are several holes to be filled. And so we look forward to the State Transportation Board having a full complement of representatives. Thank you.
if
All
I may.
right. Yes, Supervisor Horstman.
And just wanted to make a comment on the Radiation Exposure and Compensation Act. And this is so disappointing to hear, needless to say. And I certainly hope it changes and it in fact is continued. We here in Coconino County certainly know that the era of nuclear testing that was done in the 50s and 60s changed the whole world forever. But it especially affected the health of many people here in the Four Corner area, which of course Coconino County is part of that. The effects caused by the radioactive fallout from this nuclear testing caused illness, caused many cancers. You know, many of us know downwinders. Many of us, unfortunately, have lost friends who were downwinders. It was appropriate and necessary that our government finally recognized through the 1990 Radioactive Exposure and Compensation Act and issued an apology for those individuals and families that were affected by the radioactive testing that was done. I believe that there is almost 40,000 individuals that in fact have benefited from the compensation under this Compensation Act. I know there are more that are still affected and are still entitled. And I would highly request and would certainly encourage the reauthorization of this act. It was the right thing to do when it was done in the 1990s. It's the right thing to do now. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments about nuclear testing or downwind? Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. I think it just as mentioned by Supervisor Horstman, it's really known right now that a lot more people are getting cancer, and some of them have been diagnosed and they're still trying to get some help, you know, to get applications going, stuff like that. Then there are others that were affected way back that are not even qualified. And so again, you know, it's sad to see people with cancer. And my dad was one of them, and my daughter-in-law was another. And they didn't even get a chance to really go in and get any kind of help, you know, and it's sad, you know, to lose people that way. And we still have radiation sites that are not cleaned up. And I don't know what anybody can do to get them cleaned up. And Tuba City is still active. You know, there's some barriers that were put up and to slow down the process of the water flow, the aquifer, but nobody's trying to, you know, address it. So those are things, are some of the things that, you know, still out there. It's still up in the air. You know, people that were living in the area, they were all relocated to, they were just told, move out of here. You know, you can't be around this area. So, and then they had to get rid of their livestock. It's a livelihood of people that, you know, affected not only their health and whatnot. So I just want to say that I just hope that, you know, they look at this another way, you know, to continue any type of services that can be provided to the families to help them along. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Unless there are any other comments, I'll make my own and just I hope they'll reauthorize this funding because it's so important to these families, and it's not an answer for what happened, but it does help for those families dealing with some of the after effects of nuclear testing. And we hope that we aren't dealing with more nuclear waste or nuclear situations such as uranium mining on the Grand Canyon. Just had to throw that in because, you know, we don't think about it, but when we look at all the abandoned uranium mines in northern Arizona, that is part of that residual effect of testing and using nuclear weapons. And so we hope that that funding will be re-upped and that we'll be able to provide services, or the federal government will continue to provide services to those affected downwind. Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions or comments at this time, or otherwise, Gregory, we can proceed, or we're at the hard stop at noon?
I went for 5 minutes so we can come back.
Man, this is a record. This is a record for you, Gregory. Good job. Thank you. In that case, we will break for lunch and return at 1:15. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, oh, but I wonder if that
It's a process that they want from you, which is a process, so.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to go ahead and start our afternoon session here. And according to the agenda, we have some time-sensitive items here. So we're going to go ahead and go back to items 45 through 48 later on after we're done with items number 49, 50, 51, and 52. So we'll go ahead and put those in some of those in the back. So with that, hello? So we are back in session now, and there's a presentation, discussion, possible direction regarding 2024-25 Fort Tuthill County Park Master Plan Update Process and its intended purposes or outcomes. Parks and Recs, Ms. Director Cynthia Nemeth will now do the presentation.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. Thanks, Liz. So much. All right. Well, Cynthia Nemeth, Parks and Recreation Director. I'm here to talk about a master plan for Fort Tuthill County Park. I'd like to welcome our consultants, Fred Sullup, Nancy Wonders with Global Local Vision. I'd also like to recognize our Parks and Recreation Assistant Director, Liz Krug, who is here with us this afternoon. We're going to be talking about two master plans today because, you know, we like to go big when we do master plans. But we're going to start off with the Fort Tuthill County Park Master Plan. And for today's meeting, I'm going to begin with touching on the background, why we're doing this, talk about the purpose. And then I'm going to have our consultants, Mr. Sullup and Ms. Wonders, lead you through a discussion or share with you the envisioned process. And then we're going to ask for your discussion and your input on said process for the master plan as we have it envisioned, seeking your input on intended outcomes for this master plan, and then also gather any specific direction that you would like to provide the consultants or staff. So, so the reason why we're here today is for those things that I just mentioned. I'll talk about the purpose, share the scope of work, and then get your input on direction, input, process, and intended outcomes. And then also we'll also talk about the timeline as well. So as a matter of background, the previous master plan was conducted in 2013. So that's about an 11-year-old document at this point. And we master plan Fort Tuthill, unlike other parks, because we don't master plan all of our parks, but Fort Tuthill is unique in the sense that it has a regional park status. You know that we have high level of activity there with a variety of uses. It's a high profile park with a lot of partners and stakeholders. It's a best practice to update master plans periodically because you want to check in with the public. You want to check in and examine any new trends. What's changing in terms of needs in the community? What's happening with the land uses around the park? So these are reasons why you want to check in and update your master plans periodically. As a matter of to give you kind of a background on the 2013 master plans are kind of roadmaps, they're decision-making tools. And the 2013 master plan really helped guide the decisions to bring in the disc golf course as well as the bike park, both very popular amenities. So here is just to bring Fort Tuthill County Park into context. We sit 3 miles south of Flagstaff off the 17, right off of 89A. And then when you hone in on the park itself, That's about what 660 acres looks like. And then you can see how the park is really divided by to the east or to the right side of that red square is our active part of the park. And then you have a passive part of the park, which is to the left of that red square. So you could really see that very clearly in an image like this. Fort Todd Hill has a lot to offer. We have a lot of facilities and a lot of activities that take place there. I'm not going to go through this entire list, but trails are a highlight there. The amphitheater is a highlight there. We also stage our recreation programs from Fort Todd Hill. There's equestrian facilities and relative to arenas and stables and even a jump course, which is quite unique. It's become a very popular winter play area. And then special events. Our department alone on average permits about 60 events a year. And that doesn't even involve the concerts and activities that take place at the amphitheater, for example. It's also a place for watchable wildlife and archery. Those are examples of some passive uses that happen at the park. So why are we master planning? Why do we want to master plan Fort Todd Hill or this particular, what are we looking for from this particular master plan? And what we're looking for is a plan or a roadmap, as I said, that's reflective of trends and needs and the values of Coconino County, while building upon the department's strengths and opportunities and assets, but also recognizes the fiscal realities while exploring opportunities that are appropriate and sustainable for future growth and direction. So we don't want to stifle creativity or a thoughtful process, but we still want a process that at the end of the day is realistic in terms of what and achievable for the most part. So it's finding that balance. And so we look to engage in a public process that gathers stakeholder feedback and public input as well, giving us an opportunity also to check in on new and emerging trends. And we want a process that's transparent and results in a well-vetted roadmap and decision-making tool. We want to plan for the park, right? But we also want to be thinking about what's happening outside of the park because that may influence how we think about the future of Fort Todd Hill. So what we've accomplished to date is we've issued requests or through the process of request for proposals, we've contracted with a global local vision and Wheat Design Group. The primary independent contractors are Fred Sullipp and Nancy Wonders with Global Local Vision, and subcontractors Laura and Elizabeth with Wheat Design Group. And with that, if you have any initial questions, I'll take those now. Okay.
Supervisor Horseman. My question is, the Parks and Rec Commission, I assume that they have been actively involved in this whole process.
Well, this is the very beginning of the process. So they will be involved most certainly. So a similar conversation that the consultants will lead you through today, they will have the same conversation with the Parks and Rec Commission on Thursday.
Good, thank you.
You're very welcome. So if there aren't any other questions, I'll invite Fred and Nancy up and they'll lead you through the phasing, the process of the scope of work of our master plan, and then seek some input from you on intended outcomes in the process and that sort of thing. So Fred and Nancy.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Begay and supervisors, thank you very much for having us here today. We really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you about this project, to inform you and to keep you involved in this project throughout the entire process. And we appreciate working with Director Nemeth on this. We're all very enthusiastic about Fort Todd Hill as it exists, but we're also excited about the next 10 years of Fort Todd Hill. We're very happy to be part of this process. So my name is Fred Solop. I'm a co-founder, co-director of Global Local Vision. I'm joined by
Co-founder and co-director of Global Local Vision.
and we are have been residents of Coconino County since 1990, so we're very familiar with the county. We are very familiar with Fort Todd Hill. We are a part of the local community, and we've conducted a lot of research. We've done research with the county, with the city. Our firm is a social research firm, and we work regularly with governmental units, nonprofits, locally, regionally, statewide, nationally, to help policymakers make decisions, to gather good information and to assist the policy process. So again, we very much appreciate being here and informing you about this particular process. Just a little highlight from what Director Nemeth said. I'm going to be turning the podium over to Dr. Wonders. Dr. Wonders is going to lead you through the process that we will engage in to review the master plan and develop a new master plan. And then I'll come back and facilitate a discussion where all the supervisors have input into what this process will look like. So at this moment, I'm going to turn the podium over to Dr. Wonders. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Begay, supervisors, again, what a pleasure to be here. And we really, I don't think can say clearly enough our enthusiasm for this particular project, having been on the trails, been at the fair, been at we've been at celebrations there, weddings, and we've been at celebrations of life there. It's like an amazing place where a lot of life has happened for us, as we know it has for the community. So it's a great pleasure to be working on the next 10 years and envisioning that. I do want to just draw a little more attention to the Wheat Design Group. They are our subcontractors on this project, and we're very excited about our partnership with them. If you don't know that group, they are did do work on the Thorpe Park redesign. They're also working on the Lone Tree Overpass, and have really been the design group leading many of the most exciting projects, I think, in the Tucson area, because they have a great commitment to sustainability and green environmental principles. And so I just wanted to draw attention to that, because they are a very important partner, as you'll see with this project. My goal today is just to go through these 4 phases, and then just to give an overview. Again, this is a beginning point, but it's a great opportunity for you to note places you think that perhaps we might want to consider this or that, and doing that early will ensure that we cover all bases. So the first phase of the work is this moment right here, and the weeks to come here, especially in June and early July, where we're meeting with you. We're meeting with the staff, and we've actually already done that. We've had a couple of in-depth meetings with both Cynthia and Liz, and also the Wheat Design Group have joined those meetings. So we're well underway in talking about the scope of work and the timeline and outcomes that they desire. And then we also next week will be meeting with Parks and Recreation Commission. And then we have a short list of other people that we've been directed to speak to before we get too far down the road, to make sure that various interests are represented and aware of what the process will look like. We also will be reviewing existing relevant documents, and these include the past master plan. We've already read it, of course, but it's really like pouring through it. What can be used from that? What was accomplished? And the county comprehensive plan. And again, we've been given a list of quite a few other documents that we'll be looking at, other master plans that have bearing upon this one. We also have asked for a short list of parks that seem similar to Fort Todd Hill, because we can learn a lot by what's happening elsewhere. And so that's something that we can do and bring to the table. And we know that Wheat Design will be doing that as well, around design and what is innovative and new and kind of up and coming in parks. We also will be then putting that material together and just sharpening the project scope, the public input process, and the timeline. Phase 2 then is the part where Global Local Vision, I think, will really shine, because what we do best, I think, is that we bring community input to public processes, as Fred mentioned. And we have many, over 30 years of experience doing that. We love doing that. And we have a lot of different techniques for getting that information. Before getting too far down the road, though, we are going to do a 10-year demographic trends analysis. Again, it will be infused with consideration of parks, what's happening with parks, because the county's changed. And when you ask the question, what are the changing needs and values and trends, you have to also be thinking about, well, who's here now that wasn't here before? and how do we ensure that their voices might be represented in the outreach processes. So we want to be attentive to that. We'll also be conducting focus groups with key stakeholders. These have already been identified. Some of these have already been identified, and I've listed them on this slide: equestrians, county fair affiliates, special event producers, public and nonprofit partners, and then also things like trail users. So we're open to brainstorming about key groups, making sure that their voice is heard and that a diversity of points of view are included in the project. We'll also have a public meeting or two to share project information, something similar to this, where here's what the process is, and it will also, though, have information about what's been done, what people are proposing, and solicit new ideas for what might be in a future conceptual plan for this next 10 years. And then the final feature of public input will be an online survey, because not everyone is able to attend a meeting in person. And so this is a really easy access way for people to have input that will be advertised widely. We hope to be able to use some of the big public events, especially as a vehicle for getting people to be aware of how to access that survey and to obtain their input. The third phase is to then develop the master plan. This is where Wheat Design Group will really jump in and play a very important role, because they'll take a lot of the information that has been collected, and much of that information will have been gathered in August and early September. And then what they'll do in October is to design opportunities for public engagement with various possible master plans. That is actually physical graphic designs that they'll provide, and ask for input about how it might look, what features might it have, always with an eye toward how might it be paid for. That will also be a component of the input we'll be gathering. And they have very innovative ways of doing that. What's one of the things that really excited us about design is that they have, for example, a build a park strategy, where they kind of have the pieces of parks, and you have an opportunity in a public setting to put the park together in the way that you would like. And they do that also using kind of an idea around meals. They have different creative ways, sometimes drawing, and those ideas, I think, make it come alive for people, that they can visually see and have a hands-on experience in thinking about, well, what would it look like to add these features to the park? Where would you put them? And how would it impact other parts of the park? So we anticipate that would take place probably in mid-fall. We'll then we will meet with staff to share those findings, infuse that into master plan options. Their talent is in particular graphic design, so they will, in architectural design, so they'll be drawing up different options with illustrations for what it could look like, and those will be presented, and then based on feedback from various groups, that will be revised. And so that's not the final what you will get at that point. It will be the opportunity for, again, another round of reaction, and then they will make revisions to present back to you. The final phase is then the report, and that is really our charge, that we will produce a final report which will summarize all of these findings, will contain the illustrations from Wheat Design, both the drafts that they will have developed, but also this final version that reflects all of the input obtained. It will also obtain cost estimates for the various recommendations that are made. This is consistent, by the way, with the previous master plan. It did have those cost estimates, and I know that was key in decision-making about, well, what could be viable for future plans. There's a lot we'd like to do, have to be able to pay for it, right? So we all are very aware of that. This final report will be presented to the Commission and the Board of Supervisors ultimately for your approval, and then you'll receive, as will the Department of Parks and Recreation, master plan document in paper, printer ready, and web ready format. So this is to make it very easy to share with the public. It will have lots of graphs and charts that make it easy to share with the public, because in the view of this commitment to transparency, we know that's important to have it usable in that way. That's a quick summary of the key features of the process, and I'm going to bring Fred back again to lead a discussion and talk about the timeline.
Thank you. We have in this slide the timeline that was included in the proposal. And as you can see, the timeline ran from July through the end of March 2025. That was our initial thinking. We've actually revised that slightly and that revision is included in your packet. Here we are at the beginning of June, and we're already in phase one, so we're early. We've gotten the jump on the project here, and we're very much appreciative of having that extra time to review materials, to set up the process, to go out and speak to relevant people in the community and integrate ideas. So phase one is going to be conducted in June and July. And then we move into phase two, which is actually the values and trends research. This is going to largely play out between August and October 2024. We have to integrate the county fair in there. So there's going to be a little hiccup in our time just to maybe set things aside so folks can focus on the county fair. And that'll be, again, ending in October 2024. We design phase, the develop the master plan phase, which is phase 3, will get played out from October through December 2024. And then in 2025, we'll focus on reporting, getting everything together and presenting a report, getting feedback, revising that report, and finalizing that report. So the timeline is very important here for you to be aware of. We may actually, according to the contract, extend final reporting through April. At this point, we want to really facilitate a conversation with the Board of Supervisors to get your input. And again, here we're interested in the process. We're trying to hone in and identify the best process to use in going about conducting this master plan update. We're not so much interested in hearing what do you want to see? How do you want to see Fort Todd Hill improve at this point? We're interested in process. And for that, first of all, I just want to ask, throw out the question with the timeline. Are you comfortable with the timeline? Are you comfortable with us beginning that project now, extending into 2025, and going through March, April, and finalizing the master plan update in April?
Fire Horseman? Well, I think as long as you're able to get on this timeline, right now we're kind of just sitting back and watching you. So,
okay.
But if that's something that you feel you can do, I think it's exciting. And I personally am happy to see this coming forward, and I'm happy to see it coming forward. I can't say that, we're rushing it, but I'm glad to see it's coming forward soon. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, Supervisor Hess. Oh,
thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, I agree. I think if you guys can accomplish that timeline is the bigger question, because this is a large undertaking and it hasn't been tackled in 10+ years. So I think as long as you can bring us the quality report that you're aiming for, I think so you're saying go just a little bit farther into April and.
Correct. According to the contract that
Sure.
was signed, we have through the end of April to complete the project.
Yeah, I think I'm fine. If you, I guess that's your wiggle room if we had to, because we'll have questions. So I don't know if you want to kind of take yourself away. I'm fine with it as long as you feel comfortable.
Okay, fantastic. We do feel comfortable with this timeline.
Supervisor Fowler, are you on?
She is on by phone.
Any questions, comments?
Supervisor Fowler, if you wanted to speak, you just need to unmute.
Okay. Yeah, it's always interesting. We talk about we're a very diverse community. And so I see a lot of things out there, and as Indigenous people, they go there a lot, to utilize the area there. So I'm not sure to what extent you are planning anything that would kind of reflect that diversity portion of it. I know there's a lot of things that happen there, and everybody participates. But I just wanted to see if there's any type of project that or plans that would be put into that. And certainly, we do have a lot of diverse staff here too. Maybe they could give some kind of
input. And then also, you'd mentioned in here, not necessarily to the timeline, but it was mentioned here about, where was it? Getting information, that you've, when you had received some information to share, was that? Where did I see that? I'm sorry. I wrote it down, but I wrote it on something else.
Are you thinking in terms of the
The one-
trends and
The
values?
trends, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, public process and engage in gathering stakeholder public input and transparency, that's okay. There's a word I was looking for.
In phase
Okay.
2, we'll be conducting a needs assessment and
Mm-hmm.
trends analysis.
Okay. Okay. So, certainly, yeah, I do agree that, every so often you need to check in, things change and, there's new ideas and, so, to me, it's good that you're on track, making these plans and, trying to get input from others and getting that, to the board. So I'm not sure, to what involvement, Andy and also Steve have put into, and I'm certainly they probably would put their 2 cents in there and, to move forward with these plans too. So I just wanted to say, I guess it's just the input portion of it is very critical, in this whole thing. We do have the comprehensive master plan in place too, as you all know. So, there's a lot of things that need to be considered, with this, the plannings that are happening. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. If I can just address a couple of those points. At this moment, we're collecting documents. And included in those documents are the comprehensive plan that we understand there's the comprehensive plan is currently being revised. We're in touch with the revision there. But we have the previous comprehensive plan, as well as master plan documents for county parks and recreation, for the county as a whole. So we're collecting those documents now. We will be reviewing those and including information from those documents into this project. So thank you very much.
I think I was alluding to that. I just couldn't get I wrote it down. I wrote two different things on one sentence. So, okay. Yeah, run on sentences. So, I'm not sure if, any other supervisors are on, Lindsay? Maybe they would like to comment.
Supervisor or Chair Vasquez is not on. Supervisor Fowler was on. She was not able to unmute and then she lost connection. So she's
Okay. So we'll just go ahead and
texting.
move on
She
then.
can hear though when she's on.
Thank you. And Supervisor Begay, I really appreciate your point about regularly checking in with the Board of Supervisors. I think that's a very important part of this process. I wanted to ask you about outcomes, intended outcomes. What would you like to see at the end of the day? We're here in April 2025. What do you want? What would be valuable as you move forward, thinking about Fort Todd Hill, thinking about Park?
Supervisor. Okay, I was gonna make a sarcastic comment, but I won't. Not Disneyland. That was a sarcastic comment. Actually, I just loved talking about Fort Todd Hill, and I really love that we're going through this process on a master plan. I think it's kind of one of the unsung heroes of Coconino County, quite frankly. And I think it's becoming certainly more used and more loved, but I also think that there is so much more opportunity and so much more that can be done out there. One of the things, and I know you will on phase 1, that when you talk about meeting with stakeholders, I'm anxious to hear what other members of the community and what their vision is out there. And particularly, I'd love to see more of a public-private, partnership. Something that the benefits, it is a county asset, and it is valuable and it's valued. And so I don't want to undercut the potential commercial use of it. I think it needs to be refunneled back into the county so that we can continue doing what we need for the infrastructure and for bringing some of the additional, like, for example, you're talking about putting a Frisbee golf course out there or a bike trails out there so that we're able to provide the infrastructure necessary, maybe even another bathroom, a flush bathroom out there. So, I mean, I would like to see us to be able to maximize our use, to maximize the commercial value, and quite frankly, bring value back to the county to even make it better. So, and I'm very anxious to see what other members of the community's vision is for that Tut Hill. And then as an aside, but a really big part of Fort Tut Hill is, of course, the amphitheater. And to be able to maximize, I think we're maximizing it right now, but I think we can add to that. I think, again, it's so much more we can do. And I think of Red Rocks, you know, in Colorado. Now, I don't want to be Disneyland. I don't want to be Red Rocks, but somewhere, you know, in between would be great. And so what do I want to see? I want to see what the community, number one, is looking like they would like for a future on our regional park. And I would like to see how we can maximize the benefits and maximize what we're able to offer our community. And quite frankly, how we can make it so that we're giving back to the park for Fort Tut Hill to continue to build that out for the future. So
Thank you.
is that helpful? And
Yeah, absolutely. It's very helpful. And I appreciate, first, I appreciate your interest in knowing what the community thinks. And we will be going out, we will be speaking to the community, we'll be triangulating what we're hearing from different methods of input, and we'll report that back.
Yes,
To
absolutely.
you, the supervisors, because I think you're right. That is a very valuable part of the process. And then what I hear you say, Supervisor Horstman, is that at the end of the day, you would like some concrete plans. You'd like some specific thinking about how to improve these public-private partnerships, how to maximize use of the amphitheater, for instance, and perhaps a plan for moving forward or thoughts about moving forward. Thank you. Other thoughts about intended outcomes?
Supervisor Hess?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I was looking at your phase 2 at the focus groups, the online surveys and all those things, and giving yourself 2 months to reach those goals. I think it's going to be, you know, the best thing is really get that input, as Supervisor Horstman said, it is a public spot that the county runs, and it's been part of my life forever. I've grown up going to the county fair and the rodeo and the old smash up derby when we could afford those things. And my dad's a lifetime archery member. So we've been going out there forever. And I really think there's a lot of things that people are interested in that just need that voice. And I think your surveys, the online, the focus groups are really going to be the place that I think we need to focus on for you to get the maximum input. So how do we get that out? How do we help you make sure that is given to the population? I think is the biggest takeaway is as a county, how do we make sure we get the input from all diversities as was discussed? So to make sure we maximize, and again, I agree that the flushing toilets was probably the number one thing. I know I play disc golf out there. Disc golf, by the way, they hate the other way, Frisbee golf. Disc golf. That's super fun. They had the Masters out there. I watched every day on YouTube when I was still in the Army. So I was watching that. So I think get the input. That's the biggest thing. And then obviously they're going to ask for the world, and then it's on you to kind of figure it out and maybe somehow meet them. And that's where we can help, I hope. So that's what I got. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Supervisor Hess. And bringing your comments together with Supervisor Begay, we will create an inclusive process, one that is known to people and people will have multiple opportunities to participate in. And then coming back to Supervisor Horstman's point, we'll report that back to you as the board, and you'll be in touch with that.
Thank you. And I also, I think, I think the number one thing is basically the upgrading of facilities. I think that's very important, to people are paying to come in and, you know, it's not, I guess, suitable for people to be going to certain bathrooms. So it's kind of, I think that needs to be taken care of to really attract others too. So, and that's one thing. And I could just see a bunch of dancers over there, Hopi dancers, and I see Hopi Navajo song and dance going on there. I see the tribal people that all come together and they do all their different types of dances. And you know, I could just see feathers all over now. Now you got me to thinking. And when I start thinking, I think big, you know, and I don't think just, you know, in little increments. And so I'm sitting here thinking about that. That would be neat. And because it's just gonna really attract a lot of people. It's a moneymaker, and you know, it's something that you know that could be looked into. And you know what? All they need is a big old space with a place to dance around, round dance, you know, or whatever. So that's what they really need. And you'll see a lot of them, you know, that show up, and they go to Albuquerque for it. They go to the back east for it. I mean, back in the eastern countries, and you know, and back down northern Canada. They all come from all sorts of places, and you know, it's going to really economy is going to be played a big part of this whole thing. So that's my thought. But yeah, I think facilities is something that is really important, and then certainly the input that people that are being included.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And I appreciate the visioning that you'd like to take place.
Supervisor Horseman? Yeah, and one other thing as well, and I think it's very in line with what you were just saying, Supervisor Begay, and that is, you know, I sit on a Public Lands Recreation Economy Subcommittee for the National Association of County Officials. And I think what we're seeing more and more, and I'm sure we'll probably be seeing back from you more and more, is a scene where Parks and Rec, recreation is becoming part of the overall recreational economy / tourist economy approach, quite frankly. And we've seen that a lot in Fort Tuthill with, you know, winter snow play, for example, but we're seeing it really year round. And where, you know, the use of Fort Tuthill is really part of our overall recreational economy, part of living in Coconino County. So I think you're right. That something else I'd want to see is, how does this fit in with the overall economy? And how can we maximize that? So
terrific. And Supervisor Horstman, I appreciate that you sit on that committee and your experience. One of the things we want to do is look at trends in park usage over time, and where we are as a country, not just here Coconino County, but what are the trends over time? And appreciate if you have any suggestions, literature that you have access to that you could forward us. Thank you.
Supervisor Hess?
Yeah, I had another thought. One of the biggest factors to Fort Tuthill is the wide open space and the feeling like you're still in the forest, and allowing people to come there, rent a pavilion, and still feel like they're getting that Flagstaff Northern Pines experience. So I definitely don't want to lose that by making it too, like, as we said, Disneyland. We want to keep it. I think they would agree with me that we want to keep it so it still feels like you're in the forest. It's still, you don't want it all paved. You don't want it, you still want people to come out there. I've been to many birthday parties out there. And it's so nice to it's relaxing. And that relaxing part of coming in there, and that we got to keep that. I think you would agree with me, supervisors. So, and then I would be very remiss if I didn't say my mom's a pickleball player. So just throwing that out there.
Did you have more you wanted to say about that?
I'll let her get on the survey you have here with the rest of the pickleballers. So that's probably the one thing is, when's the date? So my mom will get all her pickleballers together and get on there. So that was probably the biggest thing, is how do we get those people that want to utilize that space? Because I think they're redoing the courts over at in town at the city park. And so there's a lot of people looking for other locations. So that's just, I don't know how do we get there. I don't know how much it costs. I know Sedona just spent 1.2 million on theirs. So that's a big stretch. I don't know if we're ready for that, but definitely keep it flexed, keep it forest is the biggest thing I would say. So
Great.
that was all I got. Thank you.
And Supervisor Hess, earlier you asked, how can you help the process? And this brings up a good point that you can help us get the word out. You can help us get the word out that these different opportunities to provide input are available. You can help us get the word out about how the master plan is developing over time. So any support that we can receive from your end is much appreciated. Thank you. Are there other suggestions for the process, how we're going about gathering input, translating that input into options, ideas, and then reporting that out? Any thoughts about the process itself?
Supervisor Horstman? Parks and Rec Commission, I'm really anxious to hear what they have to say. And, we all appoint members from our district for the Parks and Rec Commission. So I really do, talk with them regularly and really look to their expertise and input. So I'm anxious to hear what they have to say about this as well. So obviously keep us informed on that.
Absolutely.
And in terms of the other part about the process, I mean, Fred, you've been here a long time. You know everybody in all the organizations, and so I'm sure you're familiar with all of that, and will probably be reaching out to the various organizations, whether they be business or chamber or recreation or the various environmental, the various tribal organizations. NACA we don't want to forget, and even our diversity councils. I think it'd be great to talk with them as well.
Good suggestion. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that very much. And just a footnote here to highlight something Dr. Wonder said. Our schedule is on Thursday, we meet with the Parks and Recreation Commission, getting their input into the process, explain to them where we're going with this, and then we'll be meeting with them again. So they will be directly involved. And any other thoughts, suggestions about process, ways of improving the process? Okay.
Supervisor Hess?
As I just stated, without the mic on, you're the expert, and we really look forward to seeing how you're going to reach out. I think, as Supervisor Horstman said, reaching out to anyone and everybody is probably the best thing, because it's amazing how utilized that park is by everybody. So I think the challenge again is going to be trying to get those people to get involved and at what level and figure it out. I really just think, man, I don't know how you'll get to reach everybody. I think you already set it up with the focus groups, the online, the in-person. I'm sure there's going to be handouts at the fair and every other thing that happens out there, and then around the way, and then and us. I'll put it on my social media as soon as possible, and as soon as you give me the info, and we'll make it happen. I just really think this is a great step forward and something that's going to be utilized. It's a big step. It's a big undertaking for you to kind of develop that plan. So, and then for us to implement that plan is going to be the next step. So I think your plan is not too compressed. I think it's going to give you ample time to put it together, and really summarizing the trends and values. That's going to be the fun time. So good luck.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting phase of the project, Supervisor Hess. And we have had discussions with Director Nemeth about having materials available for the county fair, and maybe a QR code, maybe that people can go to and access a survey that they can start to provide input. So, thank you. Any other thoughts about process?
Yeah, I'm thinking about the papers, the newspapers, local newspapers, just getting some ideas and just getting word out that this is what we're planning on doing and we need your input. Call this number, or here's a QR code, whatever it may be, and you'll get a lot of response.
Absolutely. Maybe we can prepare a press release and work with the media team from the county. That'd be terrific. Thank you. Other suggestions or thoughts for us at this moment? Okay. Thank you. We really appreciate your involvement in this process. And I guess at this point, I'll turn it back to Director Nemeth.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, I don't have anything more to add unless you have any concluding thoughts or questions for staff. We're also very excited and thank you for your very thoughtful comments this afternoon and your thoughtful input. And anyway, we'll be back to talk about a Fort Tuthill Master Plan in the near future and the Frontier Master Plan even sooner than that.
So next, we're done with item number 49. We're going on to the next one, which is the discussion, possible direction regarding the update on the process for the Frontier Master Plan. Mrs. Needham?
So moving on to the Frontier Master Plan, a slightly different creature than the Fort Tuthill Master Plan. That'll all come to light here in a moment. So we're here to talk about Frontier Master Plan and why. Well, we're going to, the reason why we're here is to update you on the process. This is a process that actually began kind of in December of 2023 with this board. We'll review the purpose and where we've been so far and what we've heard from staff and from the Parks and Rec Commission and from our initial stakeholder meeting. And then we'll engage this board. We want to hear your thoughts on the values and vision for the Frontier property. I am your facilitator for that conversation, so we don't have the benefit of our consultant, but hopefully I'll do the discussion justice. And we'll conclude with the next steps for the Frontier. So by way of background, in early December, the board gave staff direction to repurpose the Frontier property. It was a very thoughtful, challenging conversation, but we arrived at repurposing the property with the goal of giving the public greater access to that land. We shared conceptual plans at that point in time for what passive recreation could look like there. We know it's going to be a passive. We know that the property lends itself to passive recreation, not only because it lends itself to that, but also because we have a lot of restrictions and limitations given the conservation easement that is on that property. And we'll talk a little bit more about next steps. So for orientation, here is an aerial view. You can see Fort Tuthill on the lower right-hand side of the map there. The city of Flagstaff is to the top right-hand side. And then if you move to the left of that image, you see Rogers Lake and then the Frontier property denoted by the red arrow there. That's where Frontier sits. And what we hope to accomplish by a master plan is similar. We want a roadmap, right? We want a decision-making tool, but we understand that the Frontier property is slightly different. Doesn't minimize the work that we're doing master plan it, but it's a property that is limited in scope, and so therefore the master plan will be limited in scope because of this conservation easement that provides these boundaries from which we can work in. It will focus on passive recreation. And we do have a strong contingency of stakeholders, so it's important to still bring that group of people in on the conversation and create a public process around that. We want to engage those stakeholders, and we already have begun. And much like the Fort Todd Hill master plan, we are looking for a process that is transparent in order to develop that roadmap and that decision-making tool. So what we've accomplished so far is we've hired a consultant, landscape architect, Peter Burkois. He's recently worked for the State Parks Department on the oh my God, I want to say Del Rio, but it's a new state park that's being developed in the Coconino Valley area, the Chino Valley area, headwaters of the Verde River. So it's a very exciting project, and that's one of the latest things that he's been working on. We have given him maps and lots of documents, and from that he's completed a site analysis and developed a process where we had a meeting with staff and discussed first thoughts on his initial thoughts. And then have also conducted values and visions workshops with the commission and stakeholders, and we hope to gather your values and visions for the Frontieri property today. So this is how the conversation started. This was an idea board. This is throwing, everything within reason, maybe stretching the boundaries a little bit. And this is what the stakeholders and staff and the commission reacted to. This is the first thoughts and the values and visions ideas board. Talked about trails and the variety of uses that could happen on the trails. We talked about camping and the variety of camping that could happen. Economic opportunities for the Frontieri property were kind of thrown on the board for discussion and conversation purposes. Roads, educational opportunities, how the natural resources would be managed out there, and infrastructure. So those are all things that were thrown out there as conversation starter. The stakeholders and staff added a few thoughts of their own. For example, being mindful of dark sky compliance and how are we going to further manage the natural resources with weed abatement and management. A lot around education, interpretive signs, and those signs being available in Braille and also by QR code. So these are additional things that came out of these first conversations that we've had. Performing arts events, small amphitheater. So these were also reacted upon by the stakeholders. When we met with staff and commission and stakeholders, we were sure to talk about the conservation easement. We had to give them the boundaries from which they can provide their input. And the purpose as stated in the conservation easement document for the Frontieri property is to protect, conserve, preserve, and retain in perpetuity the conservation values of that property by assuring that it will remain predominantly as undeveloped open space with its associated ecological diversity, its scenic values, its natural habitat. So those are the boundaries. And then here are just samples, but probably the most salient prohibited and permitted uses per the conservation easement. Like we can't build outside of the building envelope, which you'll hear more about the building envelope here in a minute. Can't do a lot of major ground disturbances. We can't have industrial activity out there. But what we can have is trails. We can have obviously fences and signage, non-motorized recreation, low impact passive recreation, light camping is permitted by as stated in the conservation easement. So what we've heard so far, are a few things. Things are starting to shake out after talking to staff, after talking to the commission, after having our initial stakeholder meeting, of which we were lucky to have two of the Board of Supervisors there. What we're hearing shake out now is that trails are very favorable, but for walking, biking, and equestrian use. The protection of the wildlife corridors, there's a strong advocacy for that. Wildlife viewing, you can start to see a lot of passive stuff. The big events weren't really, shining through, the concerts weren't coming through, as it was actually brought up. But so leaning towards tent and small trailer camping. People were generally okay with small family and public gatherings, but really already talking about like how big, like what's the number, what's the maximum number? And number 50 seems to, around that 50 range starts to come out. So interpretive signage, education was also kind of rose to the top. So before I share additional maps, just kind of the site analysis, the first thoughts, I want to pause here on our contextual map and see if you have any questions before we gather some of your input.
Supervisor Hess.
Yes, this is as you know, you sent me out there to look at this before the board meeting and a long time ago, and it's an amazing site. And again, it's exactly what we talked about. I really like the idea that the passive recreation. That's the first thing that came to mind was one, just the view is spectacular. There's probably not another view like that in Northern Arizona, and that right there, to have that access for people to get to is magical, I guess. I really like the idea of having a co-op maybe with some of the educational, NAU or the FUSD, to get people out there to kind of do those trails and do that walk, and maybe those educational walks. Like here's what a path looks like, and here's what some of the, and this is why this little pond right here is got this kind of resource, and the wetlands, and how the lake itself is not a traditional lake, but it's so important. I really like that it has the capability of sustaining, kind of like a summer Camp Colton kind of concept, where they can have the water, they can take showers, do those things. I really just think it's going to be a very good location for education and that knowledge point. Just that's how I see it, and utilizing it with the restrictions, and then working with those restrictions and utilize those restrictions as a positive, because we don't want it to turn into a huge commercial location. So that's how I see it. I see keep it minimal and keep it fun and keep it educational. And then obviously, there's going to be so many weddings out there. You won't be able to, once that comes up, it's going to be wedding central, to get that view. So I think if we built something that could, one, maintain the property with that much foot traffic, it's going to have to be something that can look and hold that many people up to whatever number that may be. But I really like the idea. I think Frontier property is an amazing gift. So that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor Hess. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and thanks. Just looking at your list so far, one of the things, and I know you're talking about ramadas and ramada spaces, which I think are important. I don't see anything like picnicking in there, bird watching, wildlife watching, viewing, small educational gatherings, maybe a Boy Scout, Girl Scout camp, educational program out there, and any kind of commercial use. And by that, I mean anything where somebody is out there making it some kind of private benefit for themselves or a small group. Obviously the same thing with Fort Tuthill. we don't want to undervalue something that's a very big asset, I think. I mean, it is an exceptional place. My concern on all of this is making sure we have the infrastructure, toilets, trash collection and removal, to be able to really preserve it. And once it gets discovered, I agree with Supervisor Hess, there'll be a lot of people out there. But we want to make sure that we've got the infrastructure and everything in place so that we can preserve and protect it. And, we're putting our resources in another place now. And so we've got to make sure that we are not robbing Peter to pay Paul, robbing Fort Tuthill to get this off the ground. I'm very concerned about that. And we need to make sure that the plan provides for an provides for an appropriate use. And if it's a commercial, quasi-commercial, that there is a return that basically will more than pay for itself. And that we're able to maintain the infrastructure out there to keep this going forward. So, I know that we are, we're expanding appropriately so, but I want to make sure that we're doing it in a financially responsible manner.
Agreed. Thank you for that.
Supervisor Fowler, do you have any questions or comments? And while we're waiting, if you wouldn't mind, Vice Chair, I know we had talked at one time about putting something in a Ramada, putting something there in recognition, and I don't know if it's here, if it's someplace else, of our former supervisor, Matt Ryan. Is he playing a part in here, and what's going on there? Is that?
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman, for bringing that up. We are actually working with he and his family on the Pump House Wash area in near Raymond Park in Coconino Village, as Supervisor Hess had mentioned. So we're working on a different location for that recognition.
And there's no time or anything like that set.
We had a time and we moved it back based on schedules for the summer. I want to say it's in August.
August 23rd, and it should be on everybody's calendar, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I've been told.
Okay. What time?
10 to 1. Raymond Park. Okay. All right. So we heard earlier about the building envelope, and this is what our consultant created initially. This was this is what led to the first thoughts conversation. And what he did is he just kind of looked at this area holistically and created like zones, zones that, for example, number 1 is the entry zone. And while that blob is outside of the Frontier property, it could potentially serve as something in his mind. However, we have to keep in mind that the Rogers Lake area is also in conservation and has its own limitations, not only from that conservation easement, but also because we have a management plan over that. Anyway, in his mind, there's these sections. 2 would be the building envelope. You can see that red outline. That's where that building envelope is. That's where the existing buildings are now. And so that's kind of like the active area. 3 is a ridged area that's flat on top. 4 is also another kind of a distinct location. 5 is another, in his mind, distinct location. And then you kind of see those red lines that are dotted with arrows on either end. Those are obvious wildlife corridors. Like you can actually see where wildlife traverses that section. And I'll just, small little antidote, we were out there yesterday kind of walking the building envelope, and we did see elk out in the wetlands, and we had the fortunate discovery to see a baby elk tucked away in a grouping of rocks. But anyway, that's a side note. But anyway, and it was near one of those wildlife corridors. So then we kind of hone in now into something a little bit more first thoughts. And here you begin to see, where a potential trail could be delineated, where trailheads could occur. We've got some, areas highlighted in orange that could be potential camping. You have the E in the blue there, that be that outdoor classroom, small events venue, your wildlife viewing areas. And what's not on here, and to bring up Supervisor Horstman's point about picnicking in a more current iteration than when I prepared this presentation, we do have a couple of just a small Ramada picnic area where you can walk up to and have a picnic. And so those have been incorporated into a more recent map. And so here we are to the point where I'm happy to take, based on, the long list of potential ideas of uses, what we've heard so far from stakeholders, commissioners, what we know about our conservation easement. I'm here now to hear what your values and visions are for this space, and Liz and I will take note of that, bring it to our consultant, and then that'll get incorporated if there's something additional to add from what we've already been hearing. But we've got picnicking noted for sure.
Well, and
the-
bird watching, small educational groups, wildlife viewing, even some educational seminars put on by the county, and our sustainability group can go out there and do some programs. It really is a wonderful facility. And again, my concern is that whatever gets done out there, that we have a long-term budget in place and an ability to provide for the whatever infrastructure is necessary to make sure it's preserved and protected, and we've got the means to be able to do it. And I'm going to tell you, I just spent time as Western Interstate Region Conference out in Yosemite, and I went to Sequoia National Park. And, I see what the failure to put in, do what absolutely needs to be done, put the money in to maintain the upkeep and maintenance and the improvements and upkeep the infrastructure, what that is doing to our national parks. We can see the limitations we have on Fort Tuthill's use because of a failure to be able to have the finances to do it. And so I am concerned that we're now opening up yet another area. I love it. I love where it is. I love what it has to offer. I want to be able to maximize things like this for our community. But if we're going to do that, we need to make sure we have the financial wherewithal to make this happen and to keep it up. So, what we don't want is a situation where we've got the cart in front of the horse and the cart's running, wearing down, and we create a mess.
We're working on a phased approach to this that I think speaks to that, and I'm excited to share that with you, actually all of you. We're refining it, but we've been thinking about that as well. Yeah, thank you.
Any other supervisor want to make a comment? Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you. Hi,
Hi, how
Cynthia.
are you?
Thanks for your presentations. I tried to make comment, but it just kept going out. But anyway, we've been working on this for how long now? ever since the property was donated to the county. And since then, we have been trying to figure out how to manage, how to afford, how to partner with organizations, what will work, what is the best use. And we've been exploring that ever since the property was donated to us, and trying to see how we can restore the buildings, how we can work with the public and other organizations. We've tried several things, and now we're at this point. So I just want to be very cautious about, just like Supervisor Horseman saying, that we want to make sure that we have the necessary infrastructure and the financing in place. We have great challenges and huge projects at the Fort Tuthill that we're not able to construct or be able to build out the way that we've been wanting to do, to be able to accommodate the visitors at Fort Tuthill. I would say that would be the first, and we've been challenged with Fort Tuthill too. Back to, I'm not gonna stop mentioning the horse race that we were trying to hang on to. I'm not gonna stop mentioning that one. I think we broke our nails with that one, trying to hang on
as tight as we could.
And so now, with this plan and the last discussion, what I heard, I think those are the main things, making sure that we don't public lands right now, or open spaces are really sought now. And we see that in our public lands. And that's where the caution comes in, when it says we don't want to overlove the place. And we want to make sure that we can direct people properly and be able to, if we're going to have events, we got to really be able to manage it. The other thing too is that we don't want our staff to be overstretched. We're always talking about, we don't have the staff to be able to do something. Once we construct something, then we don't want to have the staff there. Like Frontier, we had a caretaker there until we couldn't do that anymore. So, I think it's just, I love that you went out and got all these comments, conversations going. But I think we need to think about it a little bit more, because it is in the, it's also in the zone. We have a rancher right there. We also have we have the military base there. We have the observatory. We have the Forest Service project that's there, NAU study, and dark sky is really important. I think it needs to stay as natural as it can be. So I would think that, because it is part of our larger project in that whole region. It's only a segment of a bigger project that we've been looking at. So I think we need to zoom in and zoom out. Okay, if we do this, how does it impact this? If we do this, how does it impact our neighbors? All of that. I think we need to really be very cautious of that.
Very good. Thank you.
Which we have been, I have to say. That's why it's taken this long. It's taking this long to keep on going back and to restarting our conversation again. I think you've all done a great job in going so far and then stepping back, starting all over again. So going so far and then starting all over again. We've tried different projects. I remember when we first had the conversation, we had all kinds of wild ideas of what we could do out there. Oh, we had all kinds of projects. from coffee to business to art. I mean, it was like huge. Now, when I think back on it, boy, we would attract the world over there.
We've heard a lot of interesting ideas. haven't
They
we?
were
Yeah.
very interesting ideas. Yeah, oh, we had all kinds. And we were really proud of ourselves too. But it's good that we're taking these small steps, going back and re-stepping again. So thank you.
I think we've had a long journey with this property,
Mhm.
and I do think that we're on a good path.
Yep, I
A
like it.
cautious, but
It's always
yeah.
cautious, and that's what you've been doing. So I really appreciate you and all the team working on this and always being looking around, not just looking at your feet, looking all around. My mom used to say that. Don't just stand there and look at your feet, look all around. See what's coming. Thank you.
Thank you Supervisor Fowler. And so are there any other comments? No, I just want to reiterate that, yes, in Navajo, they say the fourth try usually happens and it goes. So go back 4 times and come back, go back 4 times, and you'll be successful in a certain way. So that's out there with our the way the Navajos taught us, even our parents that, the presentation is good, our dreams are good, and it's good that you are coming out asking us for information, including, willing to include everyone, and we just go forward, move forward, and of course. That we'll be able to do on, things. So it's good to step in and forward again. So I just asking the board, of us are new on the board. Lena is been here for a while. And she knows what she's talking. It's good that we said what we could say before she got here. So.
Well, yeah, I appreciate all of your thoughtful comments, and we will take those to our consultant and have those incorporated into our the presentation for next week. The 13th is our next stakeholder conceptual plan review. If you have the opportunity to attend, that would be wonderful. If not, it'll all come back to you again anyway. And then on July, where the demo is slated to begin, if all goes well. And then I don't know. It will and it won't be. But, and then in August, we should hear back on a trails grant notification. We submitted for a $120,000, talking about not it coming out of the county's coffers. We're leveraging our in-kind trail work to be a match for this grant, so there's no out of pocket. And if awarded, it'll allow us to begin a trail on the property, accessible from an existing trailhead that's on Woody Mountain Road already. So what we wanted to do for you and the public and for everybody is to deliver on a promise. We wanted to make sure that people did have access to this property as soon as possible. So that's phase one. You can't drive in there. You can only walk in and use the trail. And then as things develop and financing opportunities present themselves, then we expand into other phases of the development of this property. So the way the master plan is shaking out, it's not only with the ideas of what can happen there for passive recreation, but also how it gets phased in, because we also have to think about the operation of it, right? And if you're opening up for day use, speaking of the burden on staff, that's also kind of phased in, and how does that look? So then August 1st, we take the near final draft of a conceptual plan to our Parks and Rec Commission. It says here August 6th, but it's actually August 13th. We come back to this board with a final conceptual. And then we'll take whatever final comments and bring it to you on the 27th for a final approval of that master plan. This is on a more of on a fast track because we have limitations that we have to work around.
Thank you for your presentation. Oh, Supervisor Fowler?
Do we still have a property there that we need to purchase? We've been piecemealing this project together for quite some time and working with the state and trying to buy land so that we can have this all put together as a, as part of the REPI projects.
Right. So there isn't really, and this map doesn't, still shows. So if you look, I don't know if there's the cursor. Can you see the cursor? Here we go. So this odd shaped parcel is actually broken out into many small parcels as has been divided for that family, the Miller family. But there is at some point there's kind of fits and starts about wanting to sell a little section over here. As you can see, it's well into the wetlands. But sometimes the family are open to it and sometimes they're not. We're not pursuing that right now. Those are one of those things, if the opportunity presents itself, we'll think about it, we'll come up with a recommendation, we'll bring it to you and we can have that conversation.
I think we need to, I'm glad that we are, well, I know we were keeping an eye on it. I was trying to figure out where was that piece of land. So I think that when it comes up, if there's any way we can purchase it, that'd be really good instead of having development in that area.
Right, especially, anything that's along that shore or, shore, or in the lake. Yeah. I mean, people do kayak, right? Yes, Liz, right? Yeah. So it's not unheard of. So, well,
Not just a mirage, it's actual water.
Thank you, Cynthia. And I may be speaking a bit out of turn, but my experience with the stakeholder group, which was the one meeting that we had and I had attended, your comments, board, were very much in alignment with the stakeholder group, I think, by and large. And so that's good that there's alignment there in terms of how do we activate the space, if you will, without being detrimental to the environment and the surrounding environment. And there seems to be a lot of alignment on that notion.
a lot of discussion around protecting the wildlife corridors.
Any more comments by the board? Anybody? Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Next on the agenda, we have item number 51, consideration and possible direction to staff to submit policy resolutions for consideration by NACO at the 2024 annual conference. And I will go ahead and give the floor to Greg Nelson.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. We are waiting on Treasurer Sarah Benatar, who would like to join us. Would it be possible we could take a 5-minute break while she arrives? She did say she'd be here at 2:45.
We'll take a 5-minute break.
Really appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you. Next item, consideration possible direction to staff to submit policy resolutions for consideration by the National Association of Counties, NACO, at the 2024 annual conference.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, board members. Pleasure to be here with you today. Gregory Nelson, Government Affairs Director, and I'm joined by my colleague, Keith Breckus. We're also joined by our Honorable Treasurer, Sarah Benatar, who will address us briefly here in a minute. She will be submitting a resolution from the Treasurer's Office as part of her duties on the Finance, Pensions, and Intergovernmental Affairs Committee with NACO. So with that, we've proposed 4 draft resolutions. We've met with you over the spring to discuss these. The 4 resolutions we're looking at for your direction today for us to submit, they're due June 12th, Wednesday next week, is a resolution on the Wildfire Commission recommendations, a resolution on continued and enhanced sustained funding for forest restoration at levels consistent with the bipartisan infrastructure law, a resolution that we've submitted many times now on law enforcement on federal lands to assist counties with the burden of patrolling federal lands where we've seen cuts during budget sequestration in the early 2010s that have wreaked drastic havoc on agency budgets and capacity to respond on federal lands. And then finally, a new resolution this year that we've proposed is on the IIJA transportation funding, maintaining those funding levels beyond FY26 when the bipartisan infrastructure law is no longer in place. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or talk through the resolutions more specifically, but those are the 4 resolutions that we have at this time from staff's recommendations. And then pending your direction or discussion, turn it over to Treasurer Benatar to discuss her resolution.
Do we have any questions or comments from board members at this time? Supervisor Fowler. Okay. Supervisor Horseman.
Yeah, I know we've talked about these resolutions in the past. Some of them, of course, we're bringing forward again. I absolutely am in agreement with what you are presenting. I think the next step would be to look to see who might want to join us on these resolutions. And I know we got various counties in the past, and we may want to reach out and see if we can get some co-sponsors on some of these.
Yeah, we could certainly reach out to Greenlee County. In general, the process works pretty smooth. We can certainly see if there's other counties that would join us. We did last year have Greenlee County involved in the forest restoration resolution. I'm not sure if Richard's attending Tampa, but I could certainly reach out to him. Though I know that with the resolutions, it does help us to bring it forward as a county. We did reach out to Craig Sullivan with County Supervisors Association about possible resolution on the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. Craig is still working through that and whether that makes sense in terms of the deduplication, which I discussed earlier during our round table update, but certainly can reach out to Greenlee County on the forest restoration resolution.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? I'm going.
We'll have 4 board members and we'll have 4 staff going. So John Saltonstall, Keith Breckus, Brian Harris, and myself will be going to Tampa. And we'll also be all on the same flight, which will be nice. We'll be traveling all together, though we are at different hotels. But we'll certainly on Saturday, when the resolutions go forward, have staff to champion those and help board members. He's developing some talking points. We've already reached out to the sheriff's office on updated statistics on what their burden is on response on federal lands to help inform your case as you're making these resolutions with your colleagues.
All right, thank you. In that case, I think we can move on to our treasurer's presentation.
Excellent, thank you. So we will submit these, take that as direction to submit. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Way shorter than Gregory. Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. I'm just here to let you know that we are once again submitting a resolution to NACO. This will go before the Finance, Pensions, and Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. We actually submitted this back in February. It was adopted unanimously at the committee level and then also by the board as an interim resolution at NACO. It's entitled Protecting Local Control and Fiduciary Responsibility. So this is really just addressing those anti-local control, anti-free market policies that we've seen here at the state. It actually is starting to happen at the federal level. There have been so far 3 federal bills that have touched on these. And so we are introducing this to make sure that we can continue to protect our local control and also make sure that there is a free market when it comes to our contracts, our pensions, retirements, and how we manage our investment portfolios. And with that, I will entertain or I'm here for any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions or comments from board members at this time? Supervisor Horstman.
Just comment and, I really, Sarah, just appreciate your activism on this, not just in the state level, but really in the national level. And you certainly have become a real leader on this. And I so appreciate you doing this on behalf of Coconino County and the rest of the country, quite frankly. And really, certainly what we can do to support you on this, please let us know. And thank you for your activism on this.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Horstman. This is very, very important. And so as much as we happen to be in that space and we're, we'll continue to do so as anything on the federal level, of course, impacts our ability to do our job and to meet the duties of the office. So we'll continue to fight to protect that. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, thank you. You are just, you've been really busy across the state as well as the national and making sure that you're really watching out for the county in this way and our county residents. Really appreciate that and educating us on these issues as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Appreciate the kind words. Thank you.
Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Sarah. You're such an advocate for the county, and I've seen you in the works at the national level and really being aggressively advocating for the constituents in Flagstaff area and for the county as a whole. So I just wanted to say thank you so much, for being there and thinking, about the county altogether itself. And there are others here that do the same thing too. And I just want to say thank you so much. And something that an expertise that you have, that you know what to say and how people can, support you. And so moving forward, I just want to say thank you so much, for all the efforts that you're doing. And then of course we have the 2 right there. They're saying, what about us? She's not saying anything about us. But anyway, yeah. So anyway, I just want to say thank you and thank the administration and the rest of the board here, for their efforts too, and other staff members that are very aggressively being proactive in advocacy. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay.
Supervisor Hess.
Thank you. There's a lot of times where we're Coconino County first, and this is one of those things where I always want to work. The reason I joined this board was to be local, and you're doing that with this and on a national level too, and I applaud that. I think it's one of those few times where you can work locally and affect nationally, and good on you for looking for something that's really going to help everybody. And that's a factor that most people can't find. Good job. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Hess.
Yes, thank you, Treasurer Benatar, for your leadership on this. Look forward to being in NACO and seeing this move forward and help really solidify the role and the responsibilities and support for treasurer's offices in counties across the country. And so again, as Supervisor Hess was mentioning, This is something important on the local level, but it's also important on the national level. And so we applaud and thank you for your leadership and your advocacy on our behalf.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. Appreciate that.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions or comments? Supervisor Horstman.
Supervisor Horstman, I thank you for that. I am going to look at Gregory and for us, the big thing is having presence there is very important. We were very fortunate when we did this in February. It moved very quickly, actually. And I think it's because once you explain what's really happening, where it begins to prohibit who we can do business with, and not just on the banking side, some of these policies, we won't be able to work with Microsoft or, Blue Cross Blue Shield as our health insurance provider. Once you really start to strip down on what it means, individuals have been understanding that. And so we were very fortunate in February to have unanimous support behind it. I have not heard any differently from NACO staff or any members of the committee. I actually am on the Finance, Pensions, and Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. And so we do have that benefit. But again, if you are able to be there and support while we're presenting this, I would obviously very much appreciate that. And if you happen to have any colleagues that you know who are also on that committee, just let them know. I also appreciate that as well. But I will turn it to Gregory in case he has any other ideas that I am not thinking of, which I'm sure he does.
I think the work has been done. The treasurer's office has really invested in the resolution. They've looked at each word carefully. They've used language that will broadly appeal. You did have a unanimous support, which was incredible in February. Unfortunately, all of the steering committees meet at the same time. So you won't be able to be there and support because you'll be in your steering committees working on your portfolio of policy. So we'll make sure that we have staff there as support, but I think really at this time, the work has been done and it's a true testament to the collaboration between the Government Affairs Office, our elected officials, and then Treasurer Benatar's leadership and keying in on these policy ideas and moving things forward. So we anticipate smooth sailing.
All right. Thank you.
Can I just make one quick comment? I'm going to put them on the spot. I do want to give a very big shout out to Allie Horton, who has been a policy intern in our office since January, and they helped us really finesse this. We had some minor tweaks since February, and so I just wanted to call them out and say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, team.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez and board members. That's all we have on this item.
All right. Thank you. All right, next item is item set 52, consideration and possible action to appoint a chair and vice chair from the Board of Supervisors. So we would like to start that conversation. Why don't we start with vice chair first? That way I can actually proceed over the proceedings. I just want to open up by saying that it's been a great honor to be chair over these times, and I look forward to continuing working with my colleagues as we move forward. So with that said, I will open up nominations for vice chair.
We have been, Mr. Chair, we have had, when we change in our chair and vice chair, we've always done it where everybody serves within the term of 4 years. That's how we've always done it. And so everybody gets a chance to be able to serve. And that's been the protocol, but we're off schedule and we now have a chair and vice chair that are going to serve for a short term. And these are just the last of the short term. So I think that whoever becomes the vice chair would be someone that has not served yet. And I just right now like to nominate the chair. So that would be Judy to be the chair of the board.
I second for chair of the board.
Okay, well, then in that case, we'll get that one out of the way first. Are there any other comments by board members at this time?
No, but you can probably just go ahead and,
Okay.
do the whole thing. So I would like to make a comment if I could.
I think you can still, go back and finish this meeting, just like you said.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Horstman?
And just you can do it now or we can do it after the vote, but I just want to make sure we have an opportunity to acknowledge the work you've done. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's been a wild ride. People don't realize what involves being chair, and a lot has happened over since August, since I took on chair. And so I appreciate all the support from all the staff and my colleagues to get the job done. And I look forward to just being a regular supervisor again. Vice Chair Begay.
So thank you for all the work that you've done for us and being our leader and then also, moving things forward. And I know, it's probably a lot of work to be a chair, but I just want to say thank you for your hard work and being here almost all the time, and being available 24/7, just to ensure that, documents are signed and stuff like that. Although you kind of put my TAs aside at times, but I'm just kidding. But anyway, I just want to say thank you so much, for from the bottom of my heart. And and we want it to be up here. We worked, some of us worked into this position, wanting to be on County Board of Supervisors. It took me 50 years to do that. And so I'm proud to be here and I'm glad to be here to help people out there. But I just want to say thank you to you, for being the chair. And then also Patrice was our chair also, and vice versa. So I just want to say thank you. And I think, we're all here to serve. And with one thing in common is to serve the people out there, making sure that we make the right decisions and do the planning for them and, with the staff here. So that's the way I see the positions here. Thank you.
And if I thought maybe we're going to do the vote, but if we aren't before we do the vote, I just again want to acknowledge the great work you've done as chair and overseeing us through the budget process. This last budget process, I know wasn't easy, not to mention the most recent leadership transition. I mean, these are really important times, and I appreciate the care and the concern that you've shown to the staff, to your board members, and really appreciate you as a colleague, and thank you for stepping up. I know it was a great personal sacrifice for you and your family. So thank you.
All right, so we do have a motion on the floor for chair, so why don't we go ahead and start there? I would like to reserve the right to finish out this meeting, and also with the language included in there that I have signature authority until July 1, based on some factors that Deputy County Manager Bertelstein is going to explain to us.
Oh, thank you, Chair Vasquez. Just as a matter of practice and protocol, we do have the payroll system that we need to manage. The chair's signature is on all of the payroll system that goes out to our employees. We need some time for that transition and other transitions with signatory. So we would just suggest from a staff perspective that signatory authority be granted to Geronimo Vasquez as the current chair up to July 1st, 2024. And both current chair and Geronimo would be able to sign on behalf of the county.
If you need that, my second will include that, and I'm sure the first will.
Is everybody okay with that? Or do we need a new motion to add that to the motion?
No, that's good. I think that's protocol. So.
All right, well, in that case, all those in favor of appointing Judy Begay as our new chair of the Board of Supervisors, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, well, thank you. I appreciate that, and I look forward to your leadership, Judy. I appreciate working with you as a vice chair and look forward to seeing you as chair. Before we move on, would you like to say a few words?
Growing up, I never thought I would be in this position. Being raised on the reservation is really tough and rough. Living in a hogan with dirt floors, no running water, low electricity, with a lot of sheep, cattle, horses, pigs, goats, and all chickens, you have so much responsibility, and then having to walk like almost half of a mile just to get to your bus stop. No matter if it's hot out there, no matter if it's cold out there, you got to catch the bus. And so, and bringing water, a pail of water, like a quarter of a mile from a windmill to your home just to cook, wash clothes, clean house, whatever it may be. And I think it's really made me tough, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And then having to be told, never forget your culture, never forget about any traditional, anything that's here, don't ever forget that. But you got to go out and learn the English way. My dad always said there's a two-headed axe. One side is for your traditional side, culture, traditions, the ways of doing things. The other side is basically the white man's way. So you need to learn both sides, go to school, still hang on to your sheep, cattle, horses, which I'm doing right now. And I still haul water. I still don't have electricity, but I love living that way. So being nominated, thank you, sister. And also being seconded by a friend. I just want to say thank you. And, I will never let anybody down. As you know, I love working, being a public servant, being in the health, education, housing, infrastructure, business, and then on the board for the last 3 years, started my 4th year. I think, I'm well-rounded, to take on the duties and responsibility. And then also on top of that, being a school board member for over I would say about 14 or 15 years. I said 16 at one time, but I recounted it. So, but anyway, that's where things are. And being an adjunct faculty, and then also, just raising children. So I've come a long ways, and I'm not one of the few, is one of many. And I encourage, everyone to step up. Education is very important, things like that. So, and running the board, I think is just a drop in the bucket where, anybody can learn and we all see it, each time we meet and stuff like that. But certainly there's going to be some challenges, and I'm looking forward to it. And I've been there and done that at a school district for years. So I just want to say thank you so much. And the board, thank you so much for having the faith in me to, take on these duties. And you made the right choice, and willing to work at it. And whatever I'm not doing right, you have every right to say, hey, in Navajo, they say, show, that's what they say, to kind of warn you and say, what are you doing? So you guys all have to learn that word, show. But anyway, thank you so much. And I enjoy working with administration, the staff, everybody. I love each and every one of you, working with you and talking with you and sharing things with you, and we're all equal. And, we just have to continue to work together for the better of our county and move forward. And we can't be going backwards. We've gone too far to even look backwards. So thank you so much. And that's what I have to say on my behalf.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, next conversation we have to discuss is Vice Chair. Supervisor Fowler has given us her thoughts. Are there any other thoughts at this time? Okay, in that case, I'll open up for nominations.
I want to make a nomination for Patrice Horseman.
Okay, we have a nomination for Supervisor Horseman. Do we have?
I'll second.
We have a second from Supervisor Hess. Do we have any other nominations? In that case, we have a motion and a second on the floor for Supervisor Horseman to assume Vice Chair responsibilities effective at the end of this meeting, or July 1, something like that.
We just, Supervisor Horseman, members of the board, we need a July 1 for the signatory transition. And so both Chair Begay and previous Chair Vasquez can sign between now and that period. I think this could either be July 1 or taking effect immediately. But I think the action of chair would take effect immediately with the signatory transition.
Okay, is there any legal advice on how we should move forward?
I think it's really up to the board to decide how you want to do it. We have 2 more board meetings this month, so if you want to have it take effect immediately, then Supervisor Begay could run the last 2 meetings, or if everybody is happy keeping things as they are until July 1st, you could do it that way as well. It's really up to the board. There's no legal reason you can't do either of those options.
Okay, thank you. Any input?
If I can,
Supervisor
Chair.
Horseman?
If whatever, I think it was signatory till July 1. So I think the change is taking place. And I would suggest whatever chair you do for vice chair. That just makes sense.
Well, in that case, I recommend that this goes effective immediately. And we'll now have a vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passed. 4 votes yes, 1 vote no. Congratulations, Supervisor Begay and Supervisor Horseman. Look forward to your future leadership. Thank you. Are there any closing comments by board members? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I just want to acknowledge your chairmanship during this term and just want to acknowledge your work on the county's behalf and being able to carry the county up to this point. And want to just appreciate your work. And I think that just going through and being able to work with all the changes that have happened and that is going to be taking place, I think that's really important to that you were able to be there and be able to go through that whole process with us and being able to lobby and advocate at the state and at the national level and helping us to guide through all these challenges that we had faced. I just want to thank you for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I appreciate it. It's been definitely a growing experience and I really appreciated it. And I look forward to hopefully another 4 years, and if so, taking on the mantle again, but in a couple years, not so soon. County Manager Peru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also want to staff appreciate your leadership. Again, we've been crazy busy, and but we appreciated your steady leadership, your calmness, your knack for getting things done. So again, thank you from all of us at the staff level. Chair Begay, we look forward to working with you and serving under your leadership as well as Vice Chair Horseman. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other comments from board members? Supervisor Hess.
Yeah, new guy. This has been a lot of learning how a board meeting works, learning how to keep up with the auctioneer. So you've got some big shoes to fill, Judy, with the auctioneer statement. So not easy. I wasn't ready for it. I've been practicing at home, but I'm not ready. So no, it's been great. It's been a learning experience, and I've learned a lot watching you in the position and learning how to watch the entire board. So thank you to all of you. Actually, it has been very helpful to jump in and learn. And I've seen and you've really stepped up to the plate when we needed you. And all those times, those meetings that you've had to step up to, those late night phone calls that you had to take when nobody else was there because you were the chair. It's not everybody that can step up to the plate like that. And it's a testament to your leadership skills and to your love for the job and for the county. So appreciate it. And, Chair Begay, you're gonna do great. It's have fun with that. It's gonna be a lot of work, but you know, it's only while you're also doing campaigning, so not a big deal. So you'll do great. Your experience as you stated is gonna help you, and we've already seen you do it a couple times before, and congratulations. There we go.
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman.
And I also want to congratulate our new chair. And I look forward to your leadership on the board. Look forward to working with you and helping in any way I can. And so appreciate the perspective that you bring and the humanity and humility you bring. So thank you, Judy, very much. Chair Begay, look forward to working with you.
Thank you, everyone. And again, thank you, team, because it's a team effort. We got through this together. I was just riding the wave with everybody else. So we survived, and I get to hand the gavel over to someone else. So with that said, unless there's anything else to comment. Yes, we will take some photos. I got handing the gavel over. But with that said, if everybody's good with it, I'll adjourn the meeting. Meeting adjourned. I got to do that for the last time.